To today's board meeting. It is 5:30, so I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. As we move on, today we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance done by Mr. John Boyd, Director of Government and Labor Relations. The national anthem will be performed by the St. Cloud High School String Quartet. The mission statement will be read by Nate Francher, Principal of St. Cloud High School. Translation services will be provided by Ms. Dr. Janet Long, Coordinator of Multicultural Services, and then we'll go ahead and go through our positive comments. Team, at this time I would ask you to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. We'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the national anthem.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The mission statement of the Osceola County School District is inspiring all leaders to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Janet Long from the Multicultural Department, providing interpretation services for anyone who may need it. Soy la doctora Janet Long del Departamento Multicultural, proveyendo servicios de interpretación para que lo necesiten. Gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Long. Board, I will go ahead and defer to you for positive comments. I'll start with Mr. Arguello.
Okay. No, I'm good. Yeah, sorry, I just had to get my place here. Thank you. So for one, doesn't seem like I'm missing one. Okay. First, I'd like to thank parents. I receive some requests and input from parents every from every district. It seems like every day I just want to tell you how much I appreciate it every time any of you reach out to me. I'm especially and profoundly impacted when I receive your prayers. I'd like to thank teachers, particularly this week. I've also had a lot of teachers reach out to me recently. Without you contacting me, I wouldn't know a lot of the things that I've discovered about our district. I certainly wouldn't have the same experience that I do, or that I'm having being here, if it weren't for the conversations that I've been having with you. So thank you for educating me on the issues that are important to you and important to our district and our students. Paris. Had a lot of conversations over the past couple of weeks with Paris. I hear you. It feels like forever since we've had a school board meeting, but Paris have really never let me forget that, I keep coming to these. I've been reminded practically every day about their negotiations and what they're going through and what the situation and circumstances are of being a paraprofessional, and I just want you to know that I've heard those things. I especially I wanted to thank some teachers at Liberty who invited me to spend the day out with them. That has been eye-opening experience, and the students who talked to me the entire time. I was there, for practically a whole school day, and it was eye-opening and enlightening and fun. So I appreciate that very much. I wanted to thank I'll save this one for the next 2 weeks. One more thing regarding the teachers. I will be starting a teachers advisory council for me, not a district sanctioned situation, but a teachers advisory panel that will just advise me on the comings and goings of being a teacher and an educator in our district. I just think that it's best to have a close connection with the people who are delivering the education to find out what's interfering with that process. So if you want any information on being a part of that, I'll put some posts on Facebook, and please reach out to me, let me know. We will be recognizing someone today, which I'm excited about doing, and I wanted to talk to that person, so I put that note on mine thing. Lastly, I wanted to ask the board, I missed that because I came in late, but we took away the prayer from these meetings, and I thought that was a poor decision. I think that prayer brings people to the meetings. Canceling the prayer says that we care more about people outside of the district than we do about the people who come here. So I would request that we bring that back. I think when we talk about positive comments, there's nothing more positive than that portion of our meeting. And I would like to see us bring that back. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arguello. Mr. Melendez?
I have a couple presentations, but before I do that real quick, I just want to know that I did go to Embry-Riddle University for a seminar, and they showed us a presentation where pilots have to actually force the retirement. There's mandatory retirement at the age of 65, so they can actually calculate the number of people that they're going to retire and how short they're going to be. So there's more people retiring than there are students graduating from school. And as you guys remember, a couple months ago, we had the dual enrollment program from Embry-Riddle formalized at Osceola High School. And so that's something that they're looking at doing to expand even further. And they even talk about, like a middle school curriculum that they'll give to the district. And so that's something that we're looking at. And so just looking at building the Aerospace Academy as a whole is pretty good. Now, I do have a couple of presentations. For the essence of time, I'm gonna combine like two of them. I have a couple bus drivers. So at the time, if you both can stand up, and then I can acknowledge you individually. So we have Mr. Danny Niles and Ms. Christina DeLucci. And I think Mr. Fancher wants to come up as well. Coming up.
I absolutely do. Thank you, Mr. Melendez. I have a few words to say. Is that all right?
Absolutely, no, come on. The bus drivers come up to the front, and if you want to speak at the podium, go ahead. He wants to stand.
Exactly. Thank you. Well, I just wanted to say that we really do at St. Cloud High School have a fantastic group of bus drivers who service the students at St. Cloud High School. But tonight, like Julia said, we'd like to recognize Danny Niles and Christina DeLucci, the driver and the attendant for Route 233. Now, when the routes went up for rebid on October 25th, we found ourselves without a bus driver. No bus driver, and therefore, no bus driver for a whole route. We're talking about 50 students that were looking at us saying, hey, I need to go home. I need to get to school. But every morning, for over a month, Mr. Niles and Mr. Lucci would bring in their route of students, and then they would go back for a second round for that missing bus. Not because they had to, because they could just say no. And every afternoon for over a month, Mr. Niles and Mr. Lucci would take on extra stops. And 2 other buses did too. So a quick shout out for Route 200 and 209, so that those kids could get home at a decent time. They did this daily, every single day, with a smile and constant willingness to help. So we want everyone to know how much we appreciate their attitudes, their efforts to help the St. Cloud community, to make sure that everybody on that bus could have a fantastic Bulldog Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if I can just say real quick, the school board really values you. Because I know we understand that, bus drivers, because we always look inside the classroom and we love our teachers and everybody else too. But if the kids aren't in school, they can't learn. And so the reality is, we're really short, and we just can't say thank you enough for you going above and beyond, but just being a bus driver, period. You know, you could go in other places and make probably some more money, but the fact that you love our students and you want to make sure they get on time, on behalf of the board, I'm pretty sure they agree that we really appreciate you, everything that you guys do for the district.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey guys, can I ask you, how do you guys think that we could get more bus drivers interested in the career path?
Probably raise the pace.
That'll be another workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now my second group of folks are the teacher academies. Because just like, you know, when I went to City of Kissimmee, their website, and even most government websites right now, the shortage isn't just in Osceola County, it's all over the place. I mean, people are just hurting to fill positions, and then we actually have an academy program for building future teachers. And so we want to be able to try to retain as many teachers as possible because we have so much fantastic talent. And so we want to just acknowledge them. We have, I'm thinking, I know these graduation ceremonies are tough and I got to try to pronounce everybody's name. So I apologize if I butcher your name. But we got Jennifer Grasson. Come on up. And she's the teacher that helps coordinate the program, and then we have Lorna Ramos from St. Cloud High School. And William Martinez from Gateway High School. Of course, I'm gonna make sure I give them, they're all the thing there. Oh, do we have Gateway High School's not here, or?
William's not here, but
Okay.
I'm here.
All right, well, we'll give, yeah, come on up, yeah. Good one. Thank you. Teaching is such a noble profession, you know, and I can't, you know, and that's a gift card in there too, so okay, in there. You know, teaching is such a noble profession, especially after the pandemic, everyone realized how important an educator was. You know, everyone thinks, oh, it's just real simple, just throw a kid in there and no problem. All of a sudden, parents had to do it themselves at home, and they realized, oh my God, I can't put them in school fast enough. So it's like, I really can't, you know, and again, you know, you can choose to do any profession in the world. You're brilliant, you have the ability to do it. And I just want to thank you for choosing education and making sure our future leaders have the right role models as well. So we can educate curriculum all they want, but they need a positive role model to guide them in life and making sure that they're on the right path. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for dedicating to this profession. And thank you for helping them, groom them to be there. Now, if we want to, I'll put you on the spot a little bit. So, kind of like what John said, what makes you want to be a teacher? So, you want to share your experiences in the program, and you're going to stay with Osceola County, hopefully?
I work with autism students, and it really does inspire me to work with them. I have a cousin of my own who is also disabled, and working with them really just makes me feel happy, and I just want to help them.
Thank you. Do you have any, your program, or a plug for the program, try to recruit more kids to go in the education field?
I definitely see that it's a benefit to look for students like Lorna and my rest of my academy that really have a passion for preparing for future educators and lessons and life lessons that they can impart upon their future students.
Thank you. You get to say a word, you went up here if you will.
Our teacher left to go to Orange County, so I know. But I'm a big supporter of this program just because teaching is a very noble profession. And I think oftentimes we hear too many things about why not to be a teacher, or how, the difficulties and stuff like that. We don't focus on the idea that there's a lot of educators here, and we grew up to be teachers, and that's why we do this, and we raised families as teachers, and we bought our first homes as teachers, and it's really, really a great career. And I hope that this program allows us to instill that in our students and get that positive feeling going, because it's pretty awesome to work with kids every day, and it's a joy for us and a pleasure for us, and I just feel blessed to do it and be a teacher.
Thank you. Can you take a photo, Don? Can you take a photo? Great. All right, thanks, guys. Those are all my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. Mr. Thacker?
Yeah, I'll continue on with the teacher theme, I guess. Want to thank all of our teachers and paras and administrators and bus drivers and maintenance groups, all those 7,000 plus employees that make a difference in our kids' lives every day. And they all do make a difference. Every one of those people touches kids in a different way, and it doesn't matter whether it's the bus driver or the teacher or the para or the school administration people. You make a difference in everybody's lives. And the reason this is kind of high on my mind is I went to a celebration of life for a coach last weekend, Coach George Coffey, who coached softball at Osceola High School. And the thing that was most touching to me was coaches touch kids' lives in a different way. When I use the word coach, it's in a pretty broad sense. It may not be athletics. It could be the choral departments. It could be theater. It could be anybody who's working with these kids pretty much after school and extracurricular activities. When the kids are doing something, they want to be there. And my own experience, relationships I had with my coaches were different than the ones I had with teachers and people in the classrooms. But when I saw probably 150 kids that spanned 25 years of coaching at this man's memorial service, with two of them speaking, and many of these kids I knew because two of my daughters played for him. So I was around the program very close for 6, 7, 8 years, I guess. The things that made a difference are not on how well they played softball. The things that made a difference was the way they lived their lives, the way they showed up to pay their final respects, the way they talked to adults in high school when they were athletes, the way they dressed, the way they acted. Those are things that coaches do every day. Teachers do them, everybody does them, but coaches have a different attachment. So for all of those of you, as we come up nearing the end of a semester and getting a couple weeks to regroup, I hope everybody has a great time off, has a Merry Christmas, enjoys the holidays, and thank you for everything you do for the kids in this community every day.
Everybody's in great mood today.
Mr. Bass?
Yeah. Well, I want to thank all of you for attending, and I hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving break. A quick story, my wife and I and the rest of my family drove to North Florida to be with my mom. And after spending 5 hours on the turnpike in 75, I'm beginning to wonder if I really like her that much. But no, Mom and I are tight. She's watching. I'm sorry, Mom. But to echo the sentiment of the rest of the board, I always thank the teachers and staff. I have a lot of family members. My future daughter-in-law has been a para in this district for many years, so I hear it at the dinner table all the time. So it's not just here at the dais, and I do appreciate everything that all of you do. It's a tough job. It really truly is, but I do appreciate everything that all of our support staff, all of our teachers, our bus drivers, our parents, our custodians all do for our kids. A few thank yous to the big man in the back of the room, as always, Mr. Fancher. We had our custodian dinner last week, and he graciously opened up his school to provide the facility. And I want to thank Dr. Pace and all of the leadership team for coming out, and we got to serve food for the custodians. It was well attended. There was many who couldn't make it, so we bundled up the meals, and each one of the leaders, delivered it to the schools. So that was great. I want to thank Mrs. Moody with Narcoossee Elementary. She invited, I think she invited all of us to the third grade to not teach a class, but to go speak to a class in third grade. They're learning about politics, as am I. So maybe there's something on them. But I had them hold a mock election, and I had them. They're cute as can be. They nominated 3 of candidates and made them come to the front of the room, and I explained to them what a platform was. And the first little girl said, "Okay, my platform is no school dress code." And the other little girl says, "My platform is no homework." And the little boy says, "My platform is no school." So the no homework won out, and I left the class some money, and I told them, I said, "This is Thanksgiving, and I want you to take this money, and I want you to discuss how to spend it, and then take a vote on where to spend it." And so the teacher was going to organize that. I really enjoyed that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last meeting of our calendar year, and just shortly over the anniversary of my 1 year in office. And people would tell me, when you're elected to office, it's going to take about a year to get acclimated and get to meet everyone and to understand the policies and procedure. And it wasn't that way with the school board members. The 3 of us that were elected, we had to jump on a slow-moving train, and we were elected in the middle of a pandemic, and then we springboard straight into the SRO incident, and now we're having a discussion on curriculum. So it's been a very challenging year. Lost a lot of good friends, this year, and it was sad. I wasn't expecting that. But I'm going to stay focused on the positive, and if you wouldn't mind, I just want to give just a quick recap of the things that I have been working on, because I've been taking notation of the things that I've been working on this year. District 5 is growing by leaps and bounds. The traffic is horrendous. And with that growth comes the responsibility of us as school board members to find sites for future schools, et cetera. And the previous school board had passed on an opportunity to purchase some land on Nova Road, which would house a bus barn, transportation facility, AKA bus barn, and a future high school. I brought that back to the board as one of my first items, and we got that approved, and it's now purchased. And the facility, the transportation facility that's going to be built there was going to be built at the west side first, and to serve as a prototype for the east, for our side. So I had them flip that because we're ready to go now. And so we're in design, and within 2 years, hopefully, we'll have a facility that will save the district thousands of dollars on deadhead driving time and get all the buses off of Michigan Avenue. The bus barn on Michigan Avenue has been there since I was a kid, so that kind of had a lot of hair back then, so you can just imagine how many years ago that's been. I listened to my principals, I talked with my principals, I said, anything I can do to help you out, and one idea was the cafeteria monitors, and I've mentioned that before. And we brought that to the board, and we put that into the budget, so now the cafeteria monitors are back in K through 8, and that's gonna save up some time for them. When I was elected, if you wanted to donate unused sick time, you could only donate it to family members. And we had a teacher that experienced a horrific event in her life, and some of her coworkers wanted to donate some of their unused sick time, but policy wouldn't allow that. So we met with the teachers and brought it to Tammy and Dr. Pace and said we need to change it. So now we have in place that you can donate unused sick time to anyone. You don't have to be a family member. Our school bus drivers, they receive a bonus, for a safe driving bonus. If they can avoid accidents, avoid tickets, at the end of the year, they're rewarded with a safe driving bonus. But I felt that needed to be extended to our maintenance workers because they also have to travel the roads, hauling lawnmowers, equipment, et cetera. So I've got that implemented and put that into the budget. So now they also will receive that safe driving bonus. One of my teachers emailed me last week and said, "You've always asked me if I can, anything that you can help me out, give you some ideas." And I said, "Sure." She says, "Well, with the influx of so many kids moving to this area from either out of the country or out of the state, many parents, because of their cell phones, they keep their old phone numbers, which are long distance numbers. and our teachers cannot call long distance from their classrooms to talk with the parents. So they have to get up out of they have to leave the classroom and go to a phone somewhere on the school campus so they can make a long distance phone calls. So talking with Pete Thorne and Dr. Pace, and just within the last couple days, and I think we're gonna be able to pull this off, and so we're gonna re-implement so all the teachers now can call long distance from their classroom to save them a little bit of time. They won't have to leave that classroom. Couple other things, Harmony High School, their scoreboard was down at the baseball field, and they're last on the list to get a new one, so they're trying to raise the money. So I reached out to one of our business owners here in town. He's gonna donate $5,000 for ad placement to help offset the purchase and installation, so that's a project that we're working on now. I helped implement the Booster Club for Toho High School. My wife and I donated a grill and helped get the program going. Started out great. Some of the volunteers have kind of waned, but we're still optimistic that we're going to continue going with that as well. Clarence and I purchased 100 backpacks with supplies, gave them away during at the Hopkins Park at the beginning of the school year. I've been working with Leslie Campbell and Orlando Health to implement the food pantries for our schools. Orlando Health wants to help fund that. And one of the big and I've been mentioning this several times, Raylyn Ketchum is a very good friend of mine, and her and I were talking several months ago. Raylyn said, I want to start a Boys and Girls Club in St. Cloud. It's time. And we had nowhere to start. We were starting from ground zero. So we pick up the phone, call the Boys and Girls Club organization, met with some people. Long story short, we've got the facility. We're hosting fundraisers, and by the early spring is when we're hoping to get that up and going. And we're really proud of that. But most importantly, helping the parents resolve their issues by working with staff, because woven into all of this school policy and all of the things that I just read to you, we receive emails from parents, and it's a kaleidoscope of issues. It could be busing, it could be bullying, it covers the gamut. But when I'm able to help a parent and then connect them to the proper leadership here and resolve the problem, that's what does my heart good. I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the trophy on the wall. I'm not a photo hound. You won't see me much on social media because I respect everyone, and I won't be saying anything negative about anyone because I respect everyone. But I helped this one parent, and I'm not going to tell the parent's name or the whole situation, but after helping this lady and her son, her student, I never met the lady before, never met the son, but they truly needed help. So I connected them with the right people and stayed on top of things, and it was resolved. And about a week later, I get this handwritten note in the mail from the son. He's in middle school. And he introduced himself, and he said, I wanted to write you to thank you for any help and support. Get through this. You gave my mother on behalf of myself in regards to a very bad situation I unfortunately put myself in. I've learned from my mistake, and I know I can do better, and I will do better. My mom and I are grateful for your support. And if I don't accomplish anything else, this is what's going to go. This is what's going to go on my heart and on my wall. So I'm going to continue listening to all of you. I know people say that, you're too quiet, but I'm writing constantly. Everyone that gets up to the podium, I write your name down and write why you're here. And at the end of the next day, I will go back and I follow up. If there's anything that I can do to help resolve that, I may not contact you personally, but I'm constantly trying to resolve things. I'm a newbie at this, and I'm going to continue learning. But I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all the board members for their support. And I know I'm a little bit long-winded, and I apologize for that. But I felt the last meeting of the year, I wanted to get that off my chest. But thank all of you.
Dr. Pace.
I think the board has said it best in acknowledging the incredible work that all of our staff members across the district have been doing. Again, it's hard to imagine that we're 3 days away from the end of the semester. I encourage everybody to finish strong and enjoy a wonderful holiday family where you can relax and recharge and restore so that we can hit it again in January. Meeting the needs of our students throughout the pandemic has been incredibly challenging for everybody. Somehow it seems even more challenging this year than it was last year in many respects, but our folks just keep rising to the occasion, keep doing their very best to meet the needs of our students despite the challenges, and I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. you, Dr. Pace. Gosh, so many, yes, of course. So many wonderful positive comments. I don't want to be long. Thank you, all of you, for recognizing our teachers, our students, our parents. I think every single one of you board members was able to capture that. I do want to give a shout out to the students at Celebration High School. They invited myself as well as Dr. Evans to participate in their Youth Global Peace and Action Summit. And I will tell you, I don't know about you, Dr. Evans, but I came out of there feeling fired up. These students are so inspirational, and they're holding us accountable for being the leaders that we need to be for them. And I know I made a promise to them to be more intentional about peace, and I also know that I am definitely inspired by the work that they are doing. So I wanted to give them a shout out. Board, it has been great serving with you this year. I know it has been challenging. And Mr. Bass, you are the bar for me. I think you're an amazing
Oh,
board
Lord.
member. I wanted to let you know that in public and not just in private. I think that you're an amazing board member, and I'm honored to serve with you. So with that, let's go ahead and go to our board presentations. We have Mr. Crete. What do you have for us?
Well, good evening, Dr. Pace, Madam Chair, board members, staff. Tonight I bring you some great news. So on Wednesday, December 1st, one of our drivers received national acclaim. National acclaim. So AMF Runs of America is the oldest and largest manufacturer of very high-quality, specialized school bus special needs equipment and provides advanced transportation safety training for school districts across the nation. AMF Runs sponsors an annual recognition of exceptional special needs school bus drivers from around the nation. Utilizing a peer nomination and merit system, AMF Runs individually selects a large group of final bus driver candidates from hundreds of applicants across the nation. Each year, the final list contains more than 80 highly qualified special needs school bus drivers, from which a single exception and a single exceptional driver is recognized. This year, the prestigious award of National Special Needs School Bus Driver of the Year was bestowed on our own Debbie Sellers. Come on up, Debbie. Debbie is highly passionate about her job and has been totally dedicated to her students, schools, parents, and community in her 20 years with the district. And she and her attendant of 14 years are credited for helping save a life, teaching a special needs child to speak her very first word, which was mama, to her own mom, and has safely transported hundreds of special needs students more than 300,000 miles over her career. See those eyes? She didn't even know how far she's been. It's a long way. And there wasn't a single major incident along the way. 300,000 miles. That's incredible. We're very proud to have Debbie as a member of the Osceola transportation team. She embodies professionalism, dedication to students, and promotes a sense of duty and honor to the profession of school bus operators across the nation. Congratulations, Debbie, and thank you for a job well done.
Thank you.
You gotta say a few words.
Say mama.
I just don't think I do anything that everybody else should be out there doing. I mean, I consider it a joy to come to work every day, and I truly love my job. I don't consider it work, actually,
When you love your job, it's never work.
right?
Debbie, thank you so much. We're so honored.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Debbie. Thank you. So we have I understand. Okay. I'm going to step away from the meeting and I'm going to turn the gavel over to my vice chair.
All right, at this point, I believe we're doing agenda modifications.
The
Oh,
superintendent.
still.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Makes it easier. I know that.
I know.
I know that's the hardest part of being chair, actually. So at this point,
Look at her notes, look at the notes.
It's on that paper right there that you're holding.
there's two more that are on the agenda.
one fine
For
arts.
fine arts from Mr. Chris Burns, you're now recognized.
Christmas. When every simpleton thinks he can slip a hand in my pocket for a simple date on the calendar, I will endure no mention of that wood for the rest of the day. Am I understood?
Yes, sir.
Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you! Merry Christmas, Robert.
Merry Christmas, ma'am.
Have you heard me, Uncle? I said Merry
Humbug!
Christmas, a humbug, Uncle! You don't mean that, I am sure.
I do. What be so merry about? You're poor enough.
Well, come then. What right do you have to be so ill-tempered? You're rich enough.
Out upon your Merry Christmas. It is a scam. What's Christmas time a time for paying bills without any money? You find yourself a year older, but not an hour richer. If I could work my will, I'd have every idiot that goes around the town with Merry Christmas on his lips to be boiled and buried with a stake of holly through his heart.
Uncle!
Niece, you keep Christmas in your way, and I will keep it.
But you don't keep it, Uncle.
Then let me leave it alone then. Much good may it do you. Much good has it done you.
Well, Christmas is a good time, Uncle. A kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. It's the only time I know of in the long calendar of the year when men and women seem by one consent to freely open up their hearts and think of people below them on the social scale. And therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will continue to do me good. And I say, God bless it.
I hear another sound left of you, and you will keep your Christmas by losing your job. Am I understood?
Yes, sir.
Well, with this, the crocodile speaker, I wonder why I don't go to Parliament.
Oh, don't be angry, Uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow.
Oh, I'll see you. I'll see you hanged first.
Why, Uncle, why?
Why did you marry that penniless boy?
Because I fell in love.
Because you fell in love. Good afternoon.
You never came to see me before that happened. Why use it as an excuse for not coming now?
Good afternoon.
I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. We are each other's only kin. Why cannot we be friends?
Good afternoon.
I am sorry with all my heart to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I'll keep my trial in homage to Christmas till the last. So, a Merry Christmas, Uncle, and a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Robert, and all the assorted Cratchits.
Merry Christmas, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let men their songs employ, while fields and floods, rock hills and plains, repeat the sounding joy. Repeat the sounding joy.
Oh, humbug.
Repeat, repeat the sounding joy.
Thank you.
That was excellent. I see that we do not have any appointments or transfers at this time. Dr. Pace, you do have an update for it. I would ask that while Dr. Pace is giving us her update, that you save your comments and questions to the end, please. Dr. Pace?
Thank you, Chairwoman Castillo and members of the board. I wanted to address some of the concerns that have been raised in recent weeks, so that we can clarify some information for the board and also for the community tonight. As we know, our mission is about inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens. And it is truly about having high expectations and supporting all learners in being successful students. Been a lot of discussion lately about critical race theory, a lot of information out there that has been twisted in many, many respects. It is a formal school of thought that explores and critiques the past. It is a movement that was started at the graduate level, and it's absolutely not recommended for K-12 schools or students. In fact, in Florida, as we know, it's against the law. with the passing of the Florida State Board Rule 6A 1094124 in July, we were specifically given instructions on what to and what not to teach, defining critical race theory as the theory that racism is not merely the product of prejudice, but that racism is embedded in American society and its legal systems and in order to uphold the supremacy of white persons. So that is how critical race theory is defined in the law. We do not teach CRT in our schools, but we do teach the human experience, and we serve a very diverse community and a very diverse group of students and staff. We also are not in the business of teaching our students what to think. But the best standards and our professional obligation as educators to prepare our students to be responsible, productive citizens does require us to teach kids how to think and to draw informed conclusions based on evidence in the text. There was concern raised about equity training that is always on our agenda in pre-planning. It was in August of 2020. We had a speaker about that last meeting that I will also address later, also in August of 2021. Why? Why do we need to talk about equity in pre-planning? Because the analysis of student achievement data, student discipline data, and student attendance data to identify gaps and problem solve to address them is the way we begin our year. We have been required as educators under federal and state law to address achievement gaps since No Child Left Behind with George W. Bush. It's continued under ESSA with Barack Obama and continues to this day under President Bush. In addition, because we know that gaps do exist and additional resources and supports are needed to help all learners be successful, there are specific dollars tied to these types of issues. We get Title I money for students living in poverty. Our ELL students are supported through Title III dollars, and our ESE students are supported through IDEA dollars. But again, we must not only address these gaps, we must report on them, and we're held accountable for that. So educators are responsible for student outcomes based on whole group, on individual student, and subgroup data. We ask our teachers to engage on a regular basis in their professional learning communities to look at the results that they're achieving with their students in order to provide additional supports and intervention and to talk about this student is learning, this student's not learning, what is it that we can do to help them be successful. Some of that is tracked back to discipline issues. Some of that is tracked back to a learning gap. Some of that is tracked back to other identifying challenges, but we're responsible for meeting all of the students' needs. Subgroups that we look at and report on a regular basis, including in our regular strategic plan updates twice a year, include the performance of our Black students, our Hispanic students, our ESE students, and our ELL students, students living in poverty, and other ethnic groups depending on their population size. When we look at our data, we consistently see gaps for our male students, particularly Black and Hispanic males, our ESE students, and also our students living in poverty. That does not mean we lower our expectations or make excuses for their performance, but instead we problem solve about what we can do as educators to be responsible for helping to achieve success with all students. A couple of programs that have been referenced. One of those is being AVID. When our research and accountability team conducted a program evaluation, we identified AVID as a successful intervention in improving student outcomes for all students, but it has even a greater positive impact on the subgroups that we identified were struggling to achieve at the same level. In fact, when we look at our data, students enrolled in AVID compared to not enrolled in AVID outperform at middle school ELA, middle school math, high school ELA, high school math, as well as the percentage of students in accelerated high school courses. The same level of rigor and excess for acceleration that we want for all kids. For that reason, this year, we're moving district-wide with AVID. That doesn't mean in every class, every day, all grade levels. Some schools are implementing by grade level, some by teams, but we are looking at introducing AVID strategies because we know they are proven to work. What does AVID teach? WICR, writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading. All critical skills for success in a variety of fields. AVID also, however, teaches things called self-advocacy with the acronym SLANT. Teaching kids to be successful in class or in a work environment, you want to sit up, you want to lean forward and listen, you want to ask and answer questions. Nod your head if you understand so the teacher can identify that you're tracking and engaged in what's going on. And also to track the speaker. Time management, organization, again, all critical skills for life. One of the specific trainings that's been referenced as being concerning as it relates to potentially critical race theory is the AVID Culturally Relevant Teaching Training that was conducted in August of 2021. Teachers were invited to attend by their principal to be a part of the AVID implementation team at their school. The training manual and the development of the training traces back to 2016, long before critical race theory was a thing. Teachers did engage in what's called a privilege walk. It wasn't all based on race, but it was about building understanding of different experiences that we all bring to the learning environment in order to strengthen relationships with both our fellow teachers and colleagues, as well as with students. Because we know, it doesn't matter how much you know, kids want to know how much you care first. As a teacher and the learner, those relationships are critically important for successful learning. The manual specifically states this activity is not recommended for use with students, and that's been made clear. In terms of looking at the review of the data following that professional learning, we looked at our training surveys. We had 85% agree or strongly agree that the professional development was aligned with academic standards or student expectations or professional performance. 5% disagreed or strongly disagreed. Professional development presented learning that I can implement in my role. 87% said yes, 4% disagreed or strongly disagreed. Another program that we've looked at going district-wide is our Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports, PBIS. Because again, the Research and Accountability Team identified PBIS as a way to improve student outcomes for all students, but with an even greater positive impact on our subgroups. I first implemented PBIS, was then just PBS, at Poinciana High School my first year as a principal in the early 2000s because of the work that we needed to do to improve school pride, improve school culture, improve student discipline, and improve achievement. As we look at our data, we know that the odds of a student who is in our lowest quartile, factors in the state accountability system, having 5 or more referrals is 3 times greater than the odds of students who are not in the lowest quartile. And again, the idea behind PBIS is not that we lower expectations, but that we teach kids what those expectations are, we model them, and we reinforce them, as opposed to always focusing on punishment. If a student is out of class because they've been sent to the office for a disruption, or they've been sent home for a suspension, they're not learning, which definitely impacts student achievement. What are the basic principles of PBIS? The core principle is that we can and should effectively teach appropriate behavior to all students. If a student is sitting in our classroom and doesn't know how to read, we teach them to read. If a child doesn't know how to swim, we don't just throw them in the pool, we teach them how to swim. And we no longer just assume that kids are going to come to school right out of the gate knowing what expectations are for behavior. The idea with PBIS is also that we intervene early, before unwanted behaviors escalate. So looking at root cause for what is it that's causing this particular child to act out, to be disruptive, to not be engaged in the learning, so that we can then use research-based, scientifically validated interventions whenever possible. The PBIS teams meet regularly to monitor student progress and use data to make decisions in order to have an effective program and a strong school culture. Over the last 2 days, we've seen a video situation from Liberty High School go viral on social media. This event occurred back in October of 2021. It was investigated and it was dealt with in accordance with School Board Student Code of Conduct. Each year, the school board approves our student code of conduct. It's sent home to students. It provides a matrix of consequences that our school administrative teams then follow in order to implement appropriate discipline and correct behavior and to have safe campuses. At this particular time, the parent elected to withdraw the student. This student is not enrolled in any of our schools. Yesterday, when the video first went viral, communication was sent to reassure the families of Liberty High School students. We've also added social media posts to clarify the misinformation circulating online. It is still an ongoing issue. I mentioned to the board in October that our discipline incidents were significantly up this year compared to prior years. 2020-21 is kind of difficult to compare because half of our students started the year digital, and even at the end of the year, we still had 75% of our students in our classes, about another 25% at home. In October at our principals meeting, we had deep discussion about what the data was telling us, although they are living it every day, but also about problem solving. What are some things that we need to do now to address these discipline concerns and get things back to where they need to be? At the beginning of the year, I believe we were so focused on addressing the learning gaps that we knew were in effect as soon as we started the year and that we needed to try to catch up, that we didn't spend as much time as we needed to clarifying expectations, building relationships, and making sure that discipline expectations were very, very clear. But the great thing about students is that they're resilient. It's never too late to have a restart, to concentrate on spending some time with building relationships, clarifying expectations. We've had continued discussion with our principals in November and December to make sure that in January we start the year strong with, again, this restart, clarifying expectations so that we can have a successful end of the school year. In addition, we've added training this year for our deans and elementary assistant principals, specifically on positive behavior support, on restorative justice, and on other strategies for maintaining effective discipline in the school. One of the things that we found is that our elementary assistant principals are often tasked with discipline because we don't have deans except in our largest elementary schools, and yet their last experiences were primarily curriculum-based. They had been the reading coach or the math coach or the MTSS coach, and so they had lost sight of that necessary strategy for following up with discipline. So since they're doing some of that now, we've tried to provide training and support. We also are not shying away from the consequences that the board has put into place with our matrix. I will tell you that we've had 64 recommendations for expulsion based on fights, 30 based on physical attacks, 14 threats, and 81 drug-related incidents as we looked at the data this week. Other issues of concern that we've identified are tardies and skipping. So we're again working with our principals to problem solve and put new PBIS incentive programs in place to address those specific issues moving forward. Mr. Phelps conducts quarterly discipline data chats with each one of our schools to look at where issues are happening, what we can do to prevent them based on changes in supervision patterns, perhaps in student movement. Our assistant superintendents have also walked schools that have had escalated discipline issues with the principal, with the assistant principals. Again, looking for patterns of issues that we can put some strategies in place, such as additional supervision, additional staff, additional just movement control for students to calm these things down. As I said, we've got PBIS now district-wide. We're working on restorative justice training pilots and looking to go full with that as we move on into the next semester in the summer. We have social emotional learning embedded in the CUPs because we continue to hear a lot about the mental health needs of our students as a result of the pandemic and more. The principals have gotten very creative with technology to track tardies. Many of them are now using a QR code that immediately sends the student's name to the dean's office. They're immediately assigned lunch detention for that day or the following day, and then they can follow up if they're not doing it. And so we're seeing a lot of more compliance and cooperation with getting kids into class on time. The problem isn't just that they're losing learning if they're not in class on time. The problem is if they're not in class on time, chances are good, they're up to no good, out and about with their peers. We also have utilized the administrative placements to New Beginnings, Zenith, and Alco when we have students that we know need more help and more structure than we're able to provide. And specifically at Liberty High School, we've added an additional campus monitor to help with the situation there. I do want to say, and I'm not making an excuse, this is not, however, just an Osceola problem. And this is not just a Central Florida problem. These are some articles that I found just in a quick scan today, just in the last couple of weeks. More than a dozen students arrested for violence threats in Central Florida schools on Thursday. It was on the WFTV December 9th. Fights, threats causing issues on Seminole County school campuses. WESH, December 10th. The community looks to tackle school violence. WFTV, December 14th. Back to school has brought guns, fighting, and acting out. The Washington Post, October the 26th. Violence in schools seem to be increasing. Why? Education Week, November 1st. As students return to school, so does school violence. U.S. News, November 17th, 2021. What I would ask the board and the community to help us with at this stage of the game in terms of getting on top of this issue and getting our schools back to a safe learning environment for both teachers and staff and students moving forward is to support the need to identify other ways to solve your problems than hitting somebody, and to help us get back to a focus on learning in our schools. We are also continuing to work with our student services teams, our social workers, our school psychologists, our counselors, to put mental health services in place. One of the challenges that we faced is that a lot of our local mental health providers are still doing primarily digital therapy, which doesn't help as much, we believe. So we're going to be working with our community partners on those types of things. But really looking at a root cause analysis of what is causing the behaviors and what can we do to try to address those and get in front of those from the beginning. A few other concerns that I wanted to make sure that we follow up with the community and also with the board in terms of critical race theory. Training was held on June 4th, 2021 for our fine and performing arts teachers. It's been referenced that the speaker, Jasmine Fritt, has some very controversial things on her website, and the title itself is alarming. I absolutely agree. Express yourself, decentering whiteness in general music. As soon as I saw it, I asked for additional information about the actual content of the training. Teachers will be guided through various activities and curriculum ideas that teach students elements of music, the performance of musical terms, literature analysis, and culture. In that particular training, which Mr. Flowers attended on my behalf, they introduced composers from different cultures to reflect the diversity of our students in our community. While we will still continue to teach Bach and Beethoven and attend the Orlando Philharmonic, we're also looking at music from composers such as Scott Joplin, Florin Price, Quincy Jones, Lil Boulanger, Ernesto Lecuena, Hector Campos Parsi, and Tan Dun to better reflect the students that we serve. In terms of training results, we had 80% of our teachers identify that this professional development was aligned with the standards of professional performance. 8% disagreed. And in terms of this professional development presenting learning that I can implement in my role, 88% felt that it was helpful, and 0% disagreed or strongly agreed. As we've already shared with the board, but I want to remind the community again, this board has policy which governs how instructional materials are selected. There are public hearings before any text can be put into adoption or purchased by the board or by the district. We also have policy for challenging materials, whether it be a textbook, a library book, or a piece of text that is found in the curriculum. I also want us to review the fact that our best standards, as presented to you and the coordinators presented in a workshop a couple of months ago, it talks very specifically about ELA skills not being discrete. It describes a rich discipline. with meaningful, significant content, the knowledge of which helps all students actively and fully participate in our society, all students. It talks about texts are being meaningful and thought-provoking, preparing them to be informed, civic-minded members of their community, very much like the mission of this board. In terms of our ELA curriculum unit plans, it starts with the district's adopted, which was approved by the state adoption list, of high-quality instructional materials. Our district resource teachers, our literacy coaches, consultants, and teachers make up grade level teams to identify which content should be included in the cups and to prepare the cups in alignment with the standards. The district resource teachers and the K-12 literacy coordinator are then reviewing all of them on a regular basis, particularly since state board rule changed in July. It's important to understand that there is time to teach the content and time to learn the content, and then our district resource teachers are supporting teachers to ensure that this curriculum is taught. Specific concerns have been raised about some of the ELA curriculum pieces. Currently, the things that have been submitted, that have been reviewed by the board's general counsel as well as by staff, are from the Curriculum Benchmark Advanced. These materials are on the state-approved textbook adoption list. As we were going through our local selection process for text materials, teachers from every school and at every grade level were given the opportunity to review and vote on which text resources they felt like would be most advantageous for their teaching and for our students' learning. This was shared with the board as an information item, 15.03, on April the 6th with public hearing, and then finally adopted by the school board with a 5-0 vote on May the 4th, before we were able to contract and purchase these particular curriculum items. In particular, a couple of excerpts from this particular unit, grade 5, the U.S. Constitution, then and now, were raised. One of them was about knowing your voting rights. A text with sensitive comment was identified. It was page 17 of the Florida Benchmark Advanced Text for Close Reading. The K-12 coordinator recognized it as sensitive content. It was not included in the curriculum unit plans that everybody is teaching from. It was reviewed in advance by the team, by the assistant superintendent, by the superintendent, and also by our legal counsel. And then when the unit was completed on November the 15th, the consumable text goes home for supplemental reading with parents. Not assigned reading, supplemental reading, where parents can decide which of the articles in this particular supplemental resource they want to read with their children. The same is true of this particular comment, which was referenced at our last board meeting. The personal narrative, which included a comment about a Black Lives Matter rally that the child's father attended. Again, recognized as sensitive comment, not included in the cups, not in the curriculum unit plans, which are taught by everyone, reviewed in advance, again by the board's counsel, completed on November the 15th, and the consumable text went home for supplemental reading with families at home. Not required reading. Other concerns that have been raised, including these two cartoons, which are an excerpt from our Core Connections program, which is our writing professional development that we've been using for a number of years, even since I was in the district in 2009 as the deputy superintendent. These particular examples are used as a journal writing exercise to provide practice for our students in citing evidence, to explain and justify the reasoning. That is the text that you see in green, as well as then drawing inferences or their own conclusions to support comprehension or elaboration. The text that you see in purple as examples. Again, we're not about teaching kids what to think about these articles, but instead teaching kids how to think and how to justify their thinking in their writing based on evidence that they see. This particular piece has not been brought, I believe, to a board meeting, but it was submitted to us as an article being concerned. This was from our middle school research class, which is an alternative to intensive reading for our students who are already reading at grade level. It is from the Achieve 3000 literacy program. It is in the research curriculum unit plans. But I want to make sure that we look at not just the article, which talks about the removal of Laura Ingalls Wilder's name from an award based on the way people were depicted in her books from her own historical narrative. However, look at the prompt. It says summarize both sides of the argument described in the article. Do you agree with the decision? Why or why not? Provide evidence. Again, not telling students what to think, but getting them to think using text to support their work. At our last board meeting, we heard concerns from a former SDOC educator, Vincent Herbst, who taught at Horizon Middle School, about his reaction to the pre-planning training in August of 2020, so over a year ago, on disparities in discipline data. This matter was addressed by the school administrative team and the Human Resources Department. Mr. Herbst voluntarily resigned in January of 2021 before the passage of a law on critical race theory, and all of the documents have been reviewed by Mr. Kruppenbacher, the board's general counsel. However, in response to the concerns that have been raised, I am recommending, and I don't need action, just simply consensus, that we consider establishing two particular features to enhance the opportunity for the community to engage in the process of curriculum review and also reporting on things that they may have concerns about. And that would be by forming a curriculum advisory committee of the board, as well as then we are enhancing our website. This is already there that I'll be happy to show. It's my recommendation that we consider for the school board's curriculum advisory committee 10 members, 2 appointees by each board member. Mr. Flowers and Mr. Boyd would help to support those meetings as needed, other specialists as needed, depending on what's on the agenda. In talking with Mr. Kruppenbacher, it would be important for them to follow the Sunshine Law and Robert's Rules of Order. I would suggest a monthly meeting, and I'm proposing the first meeting on January the 18th at 5:30. They would need to elect a chair, a co-chair, and a secretary because minutes will need to be taken. But it would provide an opportunity for public input on matters related to curriculum, including our curriculum adoption process, our review of ed reports, our curriculum unit plan reviews, as well as the curriculum objection process. Staff would be there to prepare information to address the committee's agenda items and any questions that come up, and then minutes would be submitted to the board as an information item at the next school board meeting following the approval of minutes by the committee. So just like we do currently with our business advisory board. In addition, we have already enhanced our website to add a place where somebody can request a curriculum review. It is highlighted under the instructional materials portion of our webpage. They can work through Let's Talk. They can submit their subject, the description of the concern. They can attach a specific example of whatever text, poem, library book it is that they are concerned about and why. They can also submit a book removal process from this particular site, as well as directly contact Mr. Kruppenbacher, our school board attorney, in the event that there's an urgent question that cannot wait for the curriculum review committee. I again will assure you that we are not teaching critical race theory in our district. But it's important to remember what critical race theory is and what it's not. We are bound by the Code of Ethics for Professional Educators. Our educators are committed to following state statutes and school board policy with care, but also without censorship. This is a super important factor influencing student achievement. Research is now telling us that collective teacher efficacy, when a community of educators come together and believe that they can make a difference in the learning for students, all students, and commit to working together to meet the needs of all students. The effect is over 1.5 years of additional learning, 1.57. It has a much stronger impact than prior student achievement much higher than poverty, socioeconomic status, and 6 times the effect of homework in particular classroom in terms of impacting students in learning. We also know that students who know that their teachers, their principals, their board members care about them and care about what they're learning, believe that coming to school means investing energy and deliberate practice, and they'll do their best to be successful. I would just remind us of what the grandfather of public education said many years ago, John Dewey. If we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. Education has changed, our community has changed, and we have a commitment and an obligation to change with it, but to stay truthful and steadfast to board policy. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. Board.
I got a couple quick ones. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Arguello.
Yeah, let's talk about some of this. So, for one, that was 50 slides. I mean, okay. Number one, everyone knows CRT is not in the best standards. We know that. There's no need to say that. There's no need to say that we know that it shouldn't be there. Everyone knows it should not be there. Legally, it should not be there. We all know that. I don't think that we need to discuss that again. We don't need a lecture on what's in the law. The reason it's in the law, right, or the fact that it's in the law is the reason people come to the school board meetings concerned about it. Number one. This issue is, or this PowerPoint presentation, okay, is addressing some of the individual instances that people have brought up. It is not addressing, okay, completely the idea that we are providing the education, right, or we're providing the community with an education which is slanted in a particular way. For example, one of the issues is not the cups, but all the supplemental information or all the supplemental products that are provided to the students, right? I understand that they don't have to do it. But if we're providing the students with particular resources, and those resources are saying a specific thing, it's gonna have an impact, right? And we're saying we're not teaching kids how to think, but we're really providing them with a very small lane of passage in which they can derive anything differently than what you want them to think, in my opinion. We will spend all the time in the world, I don't know how long that presentation was, but we will spend all the time in the world defending something like this. But the minute a kid gets slammed on their head, or a kid is humiliated on a viral video, okay, or kids are having sex on campus, we clam up and we don't address any of those issues. And the only reason the issue is being addressed here today is because people have put a constant pressure. So let me say this to all the parents who have taken so much time and put in so much effort to come here to these board meetings. This presentation is a victory for you. This presentation is achieving for you what the community has been demanding and not receiving, which is input into the system, okay? And here's what I would recommend. Number one, shorter slides. Number two, for the community to continue coming here and speaking their minds on every single issue which is impacting their children and their families and their communities. We talk about not throwing kids in a pool, you mentioned, right? Well, we're throwing kids in a pool because we have recovery classes right now that are jam-packed with kids who would never otherwise graduate from school, making up credits specifically to manipulate graduation rates, which are inflating our numbers and improving falsely our reputation as a district. the community has had enough. I know this. They've had enough of fancy presentations. They've had enough of fancy speaks and extremely long speeches on why we're great. I think it goes great today specifically where I'm gonna leave that alone. This district should be changing its focus from preserving the status quo. You mentioned Dewey, right? And robbing kids of an education of the future. That's what we're doing. Because in case you haven't noticed, our numbers are not great. Our kids are reading at their 30% of them are at grade level. If we had a real, true, honest graduation rate, we'd probably be 50 or 60%, if that. So here's the thing. We can find a lot of experts to come here and create presentations which tell everyone here, everything is fine, your kids are doing great, schools are great, everybody's doing fantastic, we're doing a great job, you're the best person ever. Not you, generally. It's not true. This district is in tough shape. This district is having extreme difficulties. Ask that parent who had their student punched in the face. I don't care if it's across the state or if it's across Central Florida, if it's going on in Tampa or Miami-Dade or anywhere else. I care about the fact that I live a mile away from Liberty High School. There's multiple fights on a daily basis there. The kids are concerned. I have kids reaching out to me, asking me, hey, what's gonna happen here? What is this? I'm concerned. This school is not a safe place for me. And what are we doing? Well, when it comes down to putting pressure on the politicians and the bureaucrats here at the top, well, we're gonna put a 50-page slide presentation, which is gonna tell you that everything that we're doing is within the letter of the law. Parents don't care about the letter of the law. They don't care about your best standards. They don't care about your presentation. What they care about is being able to send their kids to school and them not having sex on campus, them not getting hit in the face, and them not getting dropped on their heads. I'm not sure I can make it more simple than that. What we want is to send our kids to school, have them get an education, have them be on grade level, and to be safe. And we're not achieving that. Period. No matter what. Add another 50 slides, that's not happening. That's not happening. No matter what you say. So, now I understand why we were told, please don't comment until the very end. Because, I wish I had the organization to write down extremely at your pace, exactly note by note, that slide that presentation does not answer the questions of the community. And I'm gonna end with this. When we talk about policy, okay, when we talk about Dewey's future education for these students, what we need to be doing is looking at the opportunity that God has given us, which is $250 million in CARES money, which I know that you're already spending like crazy. It's on the agenda today, dozens and dozens and dozens of contracts. But we should be taking the resources and the situation that we're in and looking to improve the education quality of these students at every single school and at every single opportunity and changing the whole paradigm. We can't get our kids. We had 3 bus drivers come in here today and we celebrated them and what great people they are and what a great resource they are to the school district. But those are probably the only 3 bus drivers we have right now. We're not resolving these issues. I know that times are tough, but just let me say about leadership here. Nobody pays anybody money to be a leader when no leader is needed. People find leadership and leaders and believe in people and become inspired by people when they lead during times of crisis. We are in a time of crisis, and for you to say that we're not, to me is disturbing, number one. Number two, what we need is answers for the future. If we're gonna take our district forward, if we're not gonna be last place all the time, if Liberty High School isn't gonna be a school that me, a school board member, wouldn't even send his own children to, okay? Then we need to resolve these issues. We need to resolve these issues with a little bit more honesty than a beautiful presentation. The presentation doesn't satisfy the people here. Thank you.
Thank you. you, Mr. Arguello. Mr. Melendez?
Well, Dr. Pace, I want to look at it from a different perspective. I appreciate the fact that you are transparent about it, number one, because these things are not easy conversations to have. We just came back from the Florida School Board Association in Tampa, and, it is a Florida nationwide issue. And matter of fact, they're talking about the FSBA withdrawing from the National School Board Association because of disagreements. There's no blueprint for what is happening right now in America. The pandemic is 100 years. I think the Spanish, flu was back in 1812 or 1912, last time it happened. So we are working on, and plus Osceola County is growing too. That's another consideration that we have. Some school districts have a flatline population and not really any new challenges from things that they haven't seen every day. We are one of the fastest growing in the entire county, in the entire state of Florida. As a matter of fact, the census came out in District 9, which is a congressional district, had to be created brand new just for Osceola County alone. So that brings along its own challenges. And I saw that PowerPoint slide as addressing things head on. You can only respond to what you know, because as you know, as a superintendent, I expect you to have academic achievement as number one priority. So when things come up during the meeting that you didn't expect, I'm not expecting you to have an immediate answer right away, but I do expect a response. And so to me, that's why I feel that it was very appropriate that you addressed every single concern, not every single, I can't say every single one of them, but a good majority of the concerns that came before this board. And then you even took it a step further and made a recommendation to have a committee made up of each board member to be able to point people to it and provide an appropriate venue for people to be able to say what is important to them. Transparency is key. And I don't want to make fun of other districts or other boards, but this board, led by even Chairman Thacker, we allowed every single person to come to this board and speak and be able to say whatever their opinion is. We had one long meeting that almost went into midnight because we had so many people wanting to talk. We are not one to have that. I don't want to be defined by a narrative by saying that we're not open. Now, the reality is we're a large organization. Any large organization is going to have a few employees that may not act according to policy. And that's anywhere across the board. I can go to Disney. I was taught to finger point appropriately and talk to people a certain way. I guarantee you, if I audited every single employee, there's probably one or two people that didn't do the standard that was taught to them. The school district is no different. That's why we have these conversations, and they're difficult, and I believe that we're addressing them. Now, the issue with discipline, I was a part of the SRO task force, and we made different recommendations. And one of those recommendations was that we wanted to see the SRO maybe teach a course. And I think it's about time that we start doing that. Maybe we can ask the sheriff himself, if he doesn't have any SROs, maybe somebody go out there and maybe teach a class on why it's important to respect authority and respect our fellow neighbors. Because I think respect is becoming an issue too. I visited a few campuses, and I'm not here to call names or anything like that. I saw one where the principal had a line of students to get inside the cafeteria, and the principal was asking for IDs. Some of these kids were like, I'm like, I don't even know what to do. He's not a cop. He's just a principal. Is he gonna, I'm not gonna let you in. Is he gonna stand in front of him? These are some challenging times. These kids are not respecting authority. When I grew up, it was a whole different ball of wax. So, and part of that is the parent growing them up. The point is, it's hard for me to hold you accountable, Dr. Pace, for something when, student behaviors and respect is something that they should know, and we're trying to do our best. And so I think that's something that we can look at. The other thing I wanted to mention too was that I did see Liberty High School. We had mentioned that. There's an additional campus monitor there. There were some incidents that happened, and for student confidentiality, we can't tell you that it was how it was remediated, but there were some remediation issues. And so when people say, well, how come we don't publicly say what happened? Well, it's student confidentiality data. So it's, and people automatically come with the false narrative that because we don't tell you exactly everything, that we must be hiding something, and that is not the case. We protect student privacy, very important, and and I think that this is not easy times that we're living in, and I apologize for being a little bit long-winded, but I just wanted to let everyone know that, I've been on this board before, and I've been on it again, and I've seen some of the differences. Some things have been better, and some things have not. And the reality is, I feel like we're at least being very transparent with everybody. We're acknowledging we're not perfect. I don't think that anybody said in that PowerPoint slide that we were perfect, and so we're just gonna try to move forward. We're gonna try to do this together, but at the end of the day, we still gotta educate our kids. Everyone's gonna hold us accountable if our schools are A schools. You know, so the number of discipline incidents are important. The number of bus drivers are important. Everything the district does is important. So like, what's more important? So with that being said, I do believe that we should at least get our SROs a little bit more involved. You know, and if it's not that SRO because they're too busy, maybe the sheriff, he loves making videos all the time, he can go out and visit the campus and actually talk to the kids and try to get them going forward. But with that being said, there's some other issues too, but I don't want to get into that. But I do want to note that I think that we mentioned it before, when we talk about students with disabilities or Title I, you know, it's about providing additional supports and interventions. And that was key, because there was a rumor out there that we changed the curriculum for different people. It's not that we changed the curriculum, it's just that sometimes people need additional help. The only place that I can honestly say that we do change curriculum for, it's just about being transparent, is ESE students with severe disabilities. They get a special diploma, they don't get a traditional diploma. And I didn't want to bring that up because they're just as important as everybody else. Every new student with special needs has the ability to learn, but some of them unfortunately just have the handicap. And so that's where the curriculum changes. You know, our ELL students, our students with different languages, we don't change 2 + 2. We just put 2 + 2 in Spanish so they can read it, you know, and those are state standards. So there's things that we do to accommodate student learning, but we don't change the core curriculum. We expect all students to be the same. We just give them additional support and resources to make sure that they're achieving their objectives. And with that, it's not just for Osceola County, it's like you said, the federal government has, I think it was No Child Left Behind, I don't know what it is now, but that's how old I am. But when I was on the school board back then, it was No Child Left Behind. We're being held to a standard based on certain subgroups to meet certain objectives. And it's not that we change the curriculum for the subgroups, that is not the case. Let me put that to rest. What we do is we provide additional resources and support for those subgroups to achieve success.
Mr. Melendez, Mr. Thacker?
Dr. Pence, I just want to thank you for the presentation. You were addressing some very specific issues. I don't believe it was a presentation about every single thing in the district and every single thing we're doing. I don't believe that was the intent of it. If you want to talk about graduation rates, we calculate them the same way as every other county in this state calculates them, and make no bones about it. We are in competition with other counties for people that come here, to live here, to stay here, and provide economic benefits to this county and themselves and raise their families. And I still think it's a very good place to raise a family. So to continually belittle everything, I don't think is helpful. I appreciate you addressing the issues head on and giving a status of where they are and what it is. So I just wanted to thank you for that. I'm not going to belabor it, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker. Mr. Argoya, I do see your light up, but I do want to make sure that everybody at least has one moment to talk, so I'm going to go ahead and give my comments before I go back to you, unless Mr. Bass, do you have anything so far?
Covered a lot. You know, what I took out of the presentation was mainly, you know, I think the committee is a good step to bridge the gap between here and there, and I'm looking forward to starting on that. All of our curriculum is reviewed through DOE, but who's to say they're perfect? So Frank, I'm just gonna ask you, if through this committee does find things that maybe slip through DOE's cracks and it slipped through our cracks, I just want you to make sure that you stay diligent of taking that and sending it back to DOE, because they may discover something that we have discovered to say, you know, you're right, that doesn't belong there, and it'll help not just our district, but other districts as well.
Absolutely, Dr. Pace and I have talked about that, and you know, I'm not one that believes in trusting the fact they've read every page and every exhibit.
There's no way.
So bringing things to their attention is the only thing we can do. And if we think it's inappropriate, remove it.
That's it.
I'll settle, thank you. Okay, so I'll give my comments before I turn it back over to Board Member Arguello. I personally did need the lecture. There's a lot in there that I did not, I knew, but you helped me sort of synthesize it. Information that, you know, was presented to me at some point, and now I think it makes more sense. So I do thank you for the extent, for the extensive presentation, because I personally did need it. I will echo what some of my board members have also said by thanking you for addressing the input it sounds like, based on the conversations, I view our public comments as a conversation with the public, that there is a desire to have more public input. So I do think that the advisory board is definitely something that can help with that. So thank you so much for coming up with that. I do have some questions about some of the information that was presented, and I will go ahead and ask those very briefly. Let me know if you need more time, and we can go ahead and bring that back to committee. First, with the supplemental articles, it was mentioned that these articles are not necessary for students to read and that they have an array of different options that they can have. So how is that information presented to parents? Is there something sent out letting them know, hey, this is what this article is about, this is what that article is about, and then allow them to make an informed choice? Or do the parents read them and then, based on that, decide which article they want their students to read?
I will have to follow up with Dr. Reyes, our elementary assistant superintendent. She's unable to be here tonight. I'm not sure that specific information has gone out to parents about the content other than this is supplemental reading, but I will double check and get back to you.
Okay, because I do think that it is a possibility that if we just had that information presented to parents ahead of time and they were able to make an informed decision for their families, then we might be able to have a little bit less friction with that, but I could be wrong. In addition to that, I do want to ask about the advisory board. You said that you're presenting or asking that the first board meeting is done in January.
If you would like, what I would do is ask, send you guys an email tomorrow, asking for your 2 names, and then we try to get it set up.
Okay, and it sounds like we may have to have those names in possibly by the end of the week, Tanya? Yeah, okay, just making sure. Yep, okay.
That's an announcement, if
Start
anybody
thinking.
wants to apply,
Exactly.
apply now, let us know.
Send us your emails now. Yes, there you go. Perfect, thank you so much. And then one more thing about parent engagement. This is kind of twofold. First, to address transparency, also to address some of the behavior issues. I do think that parents are partners when it comes to student success. It's not just on the district, but it's also not just on the parents. We are partners in this conversation. And I do think that when we review our strategic plan, I think that we need to really be more intentional about what parent engagement means and how we're going to be able to be more accessible to parents. And with that, I did have some conversations with folks that were familiar with the Liberty case. I spoke with several people today, and one of the things that they were very surprised by was that we have a way to report bullying. And these are Spanish speakers that I spoke to. So I know that we are doing a much better job of communicating with our community in the language that they speak. I know that we're doing a better job even than 2018 when I came on board. But I do think that we may have some room for improvement. And one of the things that I want us to consider is how are we communicating to all community members, but specifically the Spanish-speaking community members. A lot of our Spanish-speaking community members are first generation. They do not speak the language at all. And it was surprising to them that we have a way to report bullying. So are we doing everything that we can do to ensure that that community is being served? And if there's any gaps there, I'm wondering, if we can consider or talk about how we can reach them in a different way. I know that that's not something you may be able to answer now, but I do want to put that out for your consideration, for communications consideration, and also for our consideration, because I think just based on the conversations I've had that is an issue, right? Not knowing where to go to report these kinds of situations before they get to something that is as regrettable as what we have seen. So those are all the questions that I have. Mr. Arguello, I know that you had one more comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So somebody mentioned belittling. Belittling is not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is demanding that the board and our superintendent do better. And I know that's not the practice in Osceola County it's not the tradition here to hold leaders to do better or to question their performance, but it is in the private world. So I figured I'd bring that over if it's one thing I can contribute. Something about whether or not our transparency, right? Because transparency is a word that I've said up here many times. It's not transparent when your hand is forced. Transparency is when people can turn around, see, and they can see members are constantly coming here and speaking on an issue, and then we react to that, not the first time, not the second time, not the third time, not the fourth time, not the fifth time, but after many, many, many more times, then we do a 50-point power slide on how we're not doing anything wrong. That's not transparency. So, and in terms of the kids disrespecting their teachers and whatever, it absolutely is. Teaching today, spending a day in our school, teaching today is probably the most challenging profession out there. Being a paraprofessional today is probably the most challenging profession. There are paraprofessionals in classrooms dealing with ESE students who in some cases are violent or aggressive, and they're on their own in there, okay? No one is getting paid enough to be in education except for the people in this room. This is a very challenging situation. And it's just maybe it's just, I'm not used to patting myself on the back after putting out a product that's not great. Recently, I finished my legal dissertation, I turned it in, right? The first draft, several months back, and my professor, let's just say it wasn't a great conversation. And, but when I turned it into them, I didn't disclose it with, hey, this is the best thing you've ever read. Thank God. And it seems like that's what we do in Osceola County is we put something, you're like, hey, this is the best thing you've ever seen. Your kids are getting the best education they've ever had. It's every kid, every day, every chance. Well, here's the thing, in my district, no, it's not every kid, it's not every day, and it's certainly not every chance. We need to shift. We need to make changes. And change comes once an issue is acknowledged. And it's not just about CRT. It's the fact that number one, we are not transparent in our thing. Just because we're forced to do something, that's not going to resolve our problems. We need to actually know. I mean, if we're so transparent, it was just shortly, okay, very few months ago, we refused to ask the state to provide us with grades for our schools. That's not transparent. There's nothing transparent about that. And then that was under the guise of the fact that, oh, well, we had to hold harmless, so we don't want to hold our teachers, we don't want to hold our teachers hostage to the hold harmless. But the teachers were then graded according to their, the same way. So they were impacted, their bonuses were impacted anyways. But not here. Not here, we didn't pay for that. There was no consequence for us. Listen. Everyone here to my right, to my left, is far more experienced and smarter than I am. The problem is that it doesn't seem like you guys are willing to do the really very hard work of correcting the problems because it begins with a little bit of humility. And I'm not necessarily known as a super humble person, but we need to humble this district a little bit so that we can improve the educational experience of these students. And, the last thing I'm going to say is this NCEE trip, okay, that we're approving later on. I read through that whole website. Sounds great. Not only is there stuff in there like CRT, talking about whatever there is, but I swallowed it anyways, and I kept reading. And I read all the way to the very end. And in the very end, here's the funny thing, the greatest thing about that, is in there it talks about also financial transparency and the governance model. So we hit on all NCEE marks except for the transparency and governance model. And I thought that was very interesting. You know what, if we did the governance, if we got an A in governance at least, if we followed that model for the NCEE and you bring that back and we actually institute those controls, I'll be happy to do anything else and approve anything else we do in the district, because at the very least, everyone will know what the hell is going on.
Thank you, Mr. Arguello. And with that, if nobody else has any additional comments, we're going to go ahead and move to our public hearing. Mr. Boyd?
Good evening, school members.
I apologize,
Oh, sorry.
team. This is my second meeting, thank you. We are going to recess our school board meeting to have our public hearing. Mr. Boyd, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Good evening, school board members. We're bringing back to you what we brought to you at the board workshop a month ago with the changes that were proposed then. And they're back, and I'll read them into the record for the second reading. At the end of that, I'll pause for any, we'll need to make an opportunity for public comment. And then I would ask the board to take action. Thank you. The first set of 3 rules are all new proposed school board rules. 3.59, moment of silence, establishes the new policy to reflect recent legislative changes to section 1003.45 Florida statutes that requires school principals to provide students a moment of silence at the beginning of each school day. 7.22, electronic fund transfers, establishes new policy to reflect school district precedent and statewide best practices that govern electronic fund transfers. 8.16, emergency drills and evacuations, establishes new policy to reflect recent legislative changes to section 1006.07 Florida statutes that govern emergency drills and evacuations. The remainder of the school board rule proposed changes are all existing rules and revisions to them. Rule 2.261, Family and School Partnership for Student Achievement, revises paragraphs 3 and 6 and adds paragraphs 4 and 5 to implement specific requirements within new statute section 1014 and following Florida statutes, known as the Parents' Bill of Rights. 2.27, Special Committees of the School Board, revises paragraph 1 to implement recent legislative changes to section 1001.43 Florida statutes that permit members of special committees to attend meetings through the use of telecommunications networks such as telephonic or video conferencing. Rule 2.30, School Advisory Councils, revises paragraph 4B to implement recent legislative changes to section 1001.43 Florida statutes that permit members of special committees to attend meetings, etc. for the same purpose with telecommunications. Rule 2.48, electronic records and electronic signatures, revises paragraph 2 and adds paragraph 3 to establish required criteria for electronic records and electronic signatures and to provide consistency with new policy 7.22, electronic fund transfers. Rule 5.343, use of timeout, seclusion and physical restraint for students with disabilities, revises paragraphs 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8 to reflect recent changes in section 1003.573 Florida statutes that prohibit school personnel from using seclusion for students with disabilities. Rule 5.55, notification of involuntary examination, adds paragraph 3 and 7 and revises paragraphs 4 through 6 to implement recent legislative changes to sections 381.0056 and 1001.212 Florida statutes that clarify requirements for parental notification prior to involuntary examinations such as those required by Florida's Baker Act and include exceptions related to child safety. Rule 5.71, Rule 5.70, student records, adds paragraphs 5 and 6 to implement specific requirements within new statute, section 1014, Florida statutes, Parents' Bill of Rights. Rule 6.29, report of misconduct, adds paragraph 1C and revises paragraphs 2, 4, and 5 to implement recent legislative changes to sections 1001.42, 1012.27 Florida statutes that clarify requirements for professional ethics, reports of misconduct, and employment references for all employees, including educational support employees. Rule 6.531, Deferred Retirement Option Program, otherwise known as DROP,
adds paragraph 2 and 3 to implement recent legislative changes to section 121.091 Florida statutes, and revises paragraph 4B to reflect school district precedent and statewide best practices related to the DROP program. Rule 6.90 Personnel Records adds paragraph 5 to implement recent legislative changes to sections 1001.42, 1012.27 Florida statutes that clarify requirements related to affidavits of separation, revises paragraph 6F and 6G for clarity. And then lastly, Rule 8.10 Safety adds paragraph 4B to implement recent legislative changes to the same laws and requires annual reporting of involuntary examinations to the Florida Department of Education. At this time, Board, I'll pause for the opportunity for public comment for anyone who chooses to comment on the rule changes as proposed, and then ask for your action afterwards. Thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to make a comment? If you do need to fill out one of the sheets. This is specifically to the board rules changes. At this time, I will go ahead and close the public comment section of the hearing.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm just recommending, John and I were talking, on the issue that changes the SACs and special committees. I would recommend that you authorize Dr. Pace to send a memo to all the SACs so they understand the rule. The rule is they can participate by phone, but they have to have a quorum that's present. So I think we owe it to all our committees that fall under this to clarify it so there's no confusion and to empower those that would want to attend but are out of town.
Sure, I have no problem with that. Any other comments?
I'll make a motion to approve the changes to rules as presented.
I have a motion by Mr. Thacker to change the rules as presented, and a second by Mr. Bass. All those in favor?
Aye.
Like sign? Okay,
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
thank you, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
At this time, we will resume our board meeting. And I will start with any agenda modifications. I will start with Dr. Pace.
Yes, I do have one blue sheeted item, board members. Mr. Shatera emailed you earlier today. It's 19.01, asking for approval of the A&M cold storage hybrid refrigerated trailers for use by school nutrition services. This is for rental, not for purchase, and I apologize that it is coming to you at the last minute. This is a part of our plan to have to transition from schools, cafeteria supplies being delivered directly to schools to having to come here and then be distributed based on changes in companies willing to provide this particular service.
Thank you. Mr. Bass?
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Thacker? Mr. Melendez?
Pool 12.15. And then from the consent, yeah, 12.15 from the consent agenda. And I'm gonna do something a little bit creative. For 18.13, I kinda wanna mention it, but I'm not gonna mention it during the meeting because, during its section, cause then we gotta read all those things and pass them. So I'm just gonna talk about it during new business, cause it's not gonna impact my vote. It's just like a thing I wanna talk about it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm not pulling it, but I wanna talk about it during new business.
Okay, if I may ask, so essentially during your board member comments, you're gonna go ahead and talk about one of the agenda items, that's perfect. With regards to the consent item 12.15, are we pulling it because you
That I
have
do wanna.
questions? Okay, you're discussing? Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Mr. Arguello?
Pull from consent 10.02, 12.05, 12.06, 12.11, 13.01, 14.01. And then I'll also discuss 17.01 and 18.14. Obviously, those are not in consent.
Okay, if I may ask, Can you repeat the last two, please?
17.01 and 18.14, but those are not in consent.
Okay.
And sorry, Madam Chair. I had new items. Do you want to put those on now? Or are we going to wait until new items?
Are these new items that we can go ahead and add to your board member comments or new
Yes,
business?
you can't vote on them unless there's you declare an emergency on the item. Otherwise, it's brought
So
up
board
under new
member
business
comments?
and scheduled for the next meeting.
So I guess, T, do you want these now or do you want them at the end?
If you're gonna add them to your board member comments, I would ask that at that point, you can go ahead and add them to the next agenda. Thank you.
Not new business, right?
Not new business.
It'll be board
Exactly.
member comments.
No, well,
We can't vote on anything that's not on the agenda today.
yeah, but new business doesn't have to be voted on, right?
No, you can talk about
Right.
it under new business. You can't have a vote till the next meeting if it calls for a vote.
But it
Okay.
accomplishes the same thing. Under your board member comments, you mentioned it, if we'll give it a go, it'll be on the next.
I understand that it's semantics, however, if I may ask for you to just put it under your comments because it wasn't
that's fine.
put on the agenda beforehand, that is the only reason I'm making a point of it, is that okay?
It should go.
Thank you.
But that's where it should, right?
That's where it goes.
That's
under
where
your
it goes when you
comments.
bring something up for that.
Board member comments?
No, on new business, right?
You
Here's what
needed
you
to
would do.
have-
What? That's fine. It doesn't matter. We'll,
Yeah, we're gonna do, thank you.
we'll do it your way.
I'll make, is that all you have, John? I make a motion to approve the
Thank you.
agenda with, the addition of item 19.01 with the removal of 10.02, 12.05, 12.06, 12.11, 12.15, 13.01, and 14.01 from the consent agenda and move those items to the regular agenda.
I have a motion by Mr. Thacker, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes, is that 5-0, Robert?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and, so it looks like we can, I guess can we go ahead and just approve, technically can't approve a consent agenda with all
We
of
just
these
did.
items, okay.
We know the consent agenda is approved except for these
Yeah.
items. So now we do 10.02.
All right, let's go ahead and go over to 10.02.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I just wanted to wish the Osceola High School veterans, the wrestlers, the Osceola High School wrestlers, good luck in their tournament in Pennsylvania, which is what this is. And I'd like to wish safe travels to the theater students who are traveling to New York City and from St. Cloud and OXA students who are going to Memphis. So that's all. And with that, I'll motion to approve 10.02.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Arguello, a second by Mr. Thacker. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Pose like sign. 10.02 passes 5-0. And we can go ahead and move to 12.05.
Was there one above 12.05? Was it like a?
I don't have it listed.
We just did it.
12.05 is,
Okay,
You got 12.15 below, I believe.
yes. This is the one,
12:05.
Where's this
This is
over?
12.
Not yours, Julius.
oh, it's not mine. Oh, no wonder. Okay, yes.
This is-
12.05.
I was like, there's one before.
Okay, so 12.05, basically, I'm not a big fan of putting in contracts in this method. May purely be my naivete, but it just seems like there's a lot going on here, so I would like to do a conflict of interest check. So is there anyone on this board who has a conflict of interest with any of these companies listed in this document here? And there is a trade award recommendation agenda item attachment, which has all of them combined into one document.
Here.
Does anyone know the owners of these companies on a personal level?
Let me just.
I mean, why is it?
It's not
It's a broad statement.
That's not a conflict, right?
Yeah, it's not a conflict to know that.
It's only like if you have
It's
like
really, do
family.
any of you or your family
Do you
members
have one
any
that you think
economic-
is a question, or is this a trend?
Well, there's a lot of them that are on the same, so it's a lot of repetitive companies.
Do you or any of your family members have an economic interest in any of these companies or the award of these contracts?
Say that.
Do you,
Double
any
checking.
family member have any economic interest in these companies? It's really broad.
Yep. So here's the thing, I really, prior to going that, I acknowledge that it is not a conflict of interest, but in the interest of transparency, which has been mentioned tonight, I'm just making sure that these contracts are going to people in the community who aren't necessarily just friends and family of our district or people here represented here, that's all. So if no one sees any issues there, then great. I'm okay with that. Someone can motion to approve it.
Second.
I will not motion.
Okay, I'll motion to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Melendez, and do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is
Second
that
by
for
Mr.
both items or just the one? I'm sorry.
This is for 12.05.
12:05.
Okay.
Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mine was 1-5. I'm getting old, man.
Okay,
Yes, you are.
I'm gonna go ahead and just rephrase the motion. To approve 12.05, I have a motion by Mr. Melendez and a second by Mr. Thacker. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay, passes 5-0. 12.06,
12.06 was a mistake on my part, so I'll just motion to approve 12.06.
Second.
have a motion by Mr. Arguello and a second by Mr. Thacker to approve 12.06. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Passes 5-0, and we are now to 12.15. Wait, 12.11, sorry. 12.11.
So same thing here, conflict check. Is there anyone who has a conflict with any of these companies?
I have a second discussion on this, just because we're happy to approve it. I know that we spoke with purchasing to start tracking vendors, like where they're from, if they're an MWBE. Since we're approving all these vendors, have we started the process yet of changing our information system to be able to categorize that?
We have begun the process. We're early in the stage, but we're tracking, we're beginning and we'll cover more when we present.
Okay, no problem, I'll let it go. I just wanted to know where we were.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve 12.11.
I have a motion to approve 12.11 by Mr. Thacker, a second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Passes 5-0. 12.15.
Okay, now this is the one I was referring to earlier. Now this is the OTech welding project. I'm a little bit confused as to like what the significant change was in the scope, like why wasn't it there in the beginning? Because what it does is like, as mentioned in the agenda item, it now increases the threshold. Because when it was bid out before, it didn't have to be out the bid because it was below, I think, the $3 million CCNA requirements. And so with this, it's saying it increased the threshold. And then when we bid it out, only one person responded. I'm like, how does one person respond? We got like 1 million construction companies, local vendors, and I just don't understand why only one person responded to the bid. And the person that responded was a person that had been awarded the initial contract, so they obviously knew about it because they were working on the project. Now, to me, it makes sense to use the same contractor to finish it because they started it. But why wasn't this original scope of work put in the original contract and bid out from the very beginning as opposed to broken up twice?
So the issue is twofold. Number one, when the bid was put out for the school district to purchase a pre-engineered metal building, the bid did not specify what was going to go into the building. So the bidders assumed a big open warehouse. So when we progressed with the design, we learned that the roof system for the pre-engineered metal building did not meet the point load requirements. so that we could suspend utilities from the roof, which is how utilities are typically installed. We did look at various alternatives. One, to suspend the utilities from the floor, integral with various wall systems. That was a very costly approach. So the decision was made, what was in the best interest of the project was to put out this hard bid to include the additional structural work that would be required to beef up the roof system to support the additional point load requirements. The other issue is with CCNA. We are held to 2 million. That's a school board policy. While the Florida statute is 4 million, but our school district policy is 2 million. We're very close to that 2 million. So with the additional work that is now being required, that puts us over the 2 million board policy, such that we had to go out with the bid.
Mr. Rumbacher.
This was a flaw in the original design.
It was not a design flaw, it was how the bid was put out for the purchase of that pre-engineered metal building. It should have specified what was going into that building. And if that would have been specified, a welding program, which calls for heavy electrical, more so than an open warehouse. The bidders assumed that because that was not specified, that it would be just the traditional, some light fixtures.
Who gave purchasing the specs?
Yeah, who's the
Facilities department did.
It didn't come from
We
an outside
wrote up
contractor.
the scope of work, and that was not included in the scope of work.
Yeah, because I can't talk to staff directly, but Dr. Pace, I mean, that has to be held accountable because Wellboro got the contract because they're in the trade package because it was under CCNA limits that we had put. If the bid was done properly, it would have went out there for other people, potentially opening us some liability to that. And so I don't want to talk to staff, I'd rather talk to you, Dr. Pace, and just please correct little things like that. I'm inclined to go ahead and approve because it is what it is, but we can't have things like that because it just gives this negative perception that I don't want to get fed out there in the community because we are doing the right thing. And everybody knew about it. We told everyone. I know we had a workshop on the welding program. I even argued about it too. So it's like, so people who wanted to bid had every ample opportunity to bid on it. But I just don't want to have even like a negative perception out there. So if we can kind of correct that moving forward and not make the same mistake twice.
Absolutely, we are putting processes in place to make sure the scope of that work is double checked before it goes out from the purchasing department, because it does need to be written in the facilities department to be very specific about what it is that we want. I will say that when we recognized we were gonna have to do the additional work to make the building usable for what we wanted to do with it, I did insist that we go out for bid. Even though the state statute would allow you to go up to 4 million under a CCNA, that is not board policy, and I said we have to go out for hard bid on the rest of this work. We only got the one bid submitted. Purchasing did go back out to contact other of our potential local contractors to see if they were interested in bidding on the process. At this point in time, they were not. As you know, construction is booming, and the labor market is very, very tight. And so they didn't feel like they had the resources to add to this particular project, whereas Wellboro already did, because like you said, they already there.
Motion approved.
1 second, I do have
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second before? I have a motion by Mr. Melendez, a second by Mr. Thacker. There is discussion by Mr. Arguello.
Yeah, Mr. Clinch, I just appreciate you, the fact that acknowledging that you made a mistake, that your department made a mistake and did it. And that's the proper way. I think that's what the public requests of people and of leaders, and I appreciate that.
Board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay, 12.15 passes 5-0, thank you. And 13.01 also holds for discussion.
13.01 is me, Madam Chair. I'm just doing the same conflict of interest check on this, and if anyone has a conflict of interest here on this deal.
Thank Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Arguello, you checking individually with conflict of interest. However, just to confirm, we do this while we're reading the agenda, and if we had conflicts of interest, we would have already signed the paperwork ahead of time. So I'm assuming we've already done our due diligence to check every item for conflict of interest, or has anybody not checked? Okay, do you mind if we just move forward? If you have anything else that you wanna pull for conflict of interest, I think we've already done our due diligence for that.
Actually, the last conflict of interest that we had, it was because I did this conflict of interest check, so, and the conflict of interest memoranda was signed because I called it out. So I appreciate the fact that that should be the case, and, but at the same time, in practice, it hasn't been the case.
Madam Chair, if I could legally remind the board, and I know it because I know the former chair would identify, you are obligated under Florida law to declare a conflict on anything that the state defines as a conflict. I will send you again, although I know you're all careful because you call me about things, I will send you again what the state defines as a conflict, and we'll go forward from there.
And also, like, a point of order, it's the chairwoman's meeting, she can say, this is how we're gonna run it. And I kind of agree that if you discover a conflict of interest, that's not being said. That's a different story. You sit there and say, okay, look, I found something to bring it up. But that call to question every single item that we vote on is really not appropriate. And as a chairwoman, she can say, this is the way we want the business to be run. So I think that instead of questioning every single item, just if you find something, please bring it out. And if you find something, hey, remind them, hey, I think there is one here. But to just carte blanche question every single item is a conflict of interest, I believe is really slowing the process down.
Frank, am I allowed to make that question?
I have somebody who's called the question. Do I have by Mr. Thacker, have a second? Second by Mr. Bass. Okay, so if we can, I need a vote to approve item 13.01.
We're voting to approve, call the question.
Oh.
Stop discussion.
Oh my good, I just came out of board training.
That's okay. No,
I'm a
you're fine.
nerd, but yes, okay, so do I have a motion and a second? All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Now we can go ahead and vote on 13.01.
Move to approve.
Have a,
We already have a motion.
Oh, we already have,
In a second. Julius,
okay, all those in favor?
aye.
Aye. Vote passes 5-0. 14.01.
Julius and motion. Who made the second on that?
I made the second,
John.
Julius made the motion, I believe,
Yes, thank you.
recollection.
14.01.
Yes, Madam Chair, 14.01. My question is, where is this meal happening?
Excuse me.
It's in the cafeteria. Adults have to pay for their meal?
Like, would this be teachers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's just in all of our cafeterias, wherever we serve food, this is just the adult price is changing. It's not like I thought it may have been at our adult school or something, so I was just curious about that. So, motion to approve 14.01.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Melendez to approve 14.01. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay, vote passes 14.01.
After we're done with the consent.
All right, and actually, I think we are done with consent. We have informational items next. But I do have, I think we are gonna recess for 5 minutes, if that's okay with everyone? Did I miss anything? No? Huh?
They pulled some items to discuss.
We'll get them.
No, those were
We'll get them when we get
regular
through.
items after, we have information items.
So we're taking a break, right?
We're taking a 5-minute
Or do you want to break?
recess. 5-minute recess, please.
Lordy, lordy.
Brett, stand up.
At this time, we are reconvening our meeting.
Exactly. I agree.
Okay, so board, the next items are all informational items. I don't have anyone speaking on them except for item 15.04. Before I call Mr. Sweeten, I will ask the rest of the team, do you guys have any questions on any of the informational items?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I believe that Mr. Scott Sweeten is here from PFM. Hi.
Good evening, everyone.
You lasted this long, huh?
I'll stay within my 5 to 10 minute window, so no worries. Are we gonna be working from
You have a PowerPoint?
presentation?
Yep.
You have a PowerPoint.
Or, I know you, Lane, have the board report.
It's in our agenda.
Might be easier if I have the remote. I'm not gonna touch on every slide.
Yeah, I've got it on right here. This
Is it 04 or 03?
That's it.
It's on the
Oh, never mind. I'll look at it.
there you go.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Scott Sweeten with PFM Asset Management. We're going to review the third quarter performance report. You'll see a little bit of a different format with our reporting system this quarter. We hope you find the details and the enhancements beneficial, but we'll go ahead and dive into this. And I'm not going to touch on every slide, and I'll give some updates as we go along. Some of the information is a bit dated, as it was September 30th of this year, so I'll provide updates where necessary. But looking at this slide here, this is a portfolio snapshot of the surplus fund total market value at the end of the third quarter, $153,910,125. Portfolio effective duration, 1.82 years. As you can see, that's right in line with the benchmark duration. Yield at cost, 86 basis points. Yield at market, 46 basis points. Portfolio credit quality, AA rated. So as you can see in the upper right quadrant as well, very well diversified across many different sectors. Half of the portfolio is roughly in U.S. Treasuries, and the remainder is spread out amongst highly rated issues. In the bottom left quadrant, you can see the credit ratings from Standard & Poor's, and again, average credit quality is AA. And on the bottom right quadrant, you'll see the duration distribution, which again is just a bar chart of the information that we see in the upper left quadrant. I think I'm losing my voice. I've been giving presentations for about a month, so. Taking a look at performance, that's pretty much why we're all here. In the third quarter, you can see that the portfolio outperformed the benchmark, which your benchmark in your investment policy is the ICE Bank of America Merrill Lynch 1 to 3 year U.S. Treasury Agency Index. So again, you can see healthy outperformance over a 3-month, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, and 10 year time frame. So we're in great position on that. Market themes that are still very relevant to this day. Obviously, COVID-19, the variants, the mutations, the Delta variant still seems to be the one that most of the CDC and everyone else are concerned with. Now we also have Omicron, probably going to take a little bit longer before CDC figures out how significant or not this may potentially be to the economy. I know it's highly transmissible, but early reports are that it's closer to a cold or flu type symptoms. The US economy, we're going to get a pretty good idea tomorrow. The Fed met today. The Fed will conclude tomorrow. Fed Chairman Powell he'll provide quite a bit of clarity when they wrap up the meeting tomorrow. For the most part, I'm sure he's going to discuss the inflationary pressures that we've all been looking at throughout 2021. I'm sure he's going to separate the term transitory from the inflationary pressures. Now, it's very obvious that the inflationary pressures are going to be with us for the foreseeable future. So that's something to keep an eye on. And I'll go into a little bit more
Do
detail.
you see interest rates adjusting because of that?
I'm sorry?
Are interest rates adjusting because of that?
Yeah, quite a bit, and I'll actually show you on the yield curve. Primarily within that 2-year time frame. Anything less than 2 years would be more in line with the Fed funds rate. So any movement there or anticipation of, you will see a dramatic spike in the yield curve. Thank you. Actually, right here, and again, this is going to dictate quite a bit as we go forward with the COVID variants and mutations. If you look at the left portion, the U.S. new cases reported daily, 7-day moving average, there's been a bit of a reversal now. The gold line is the U.S., the blue line is globally. As of September 30th, there was a steady downtrend there. That has actually reversed. We've had a pretty significant spike up. The current 7-day moving average for new cases is about 118,000 within the U.S. That's a 33% jump over the previous week. So again, seasonally, certain geographic areas are getting colder. That has shown that the variants or COVID itself tend to spread much more rapidly in that type of climate. So that's going to be something that is going to continue to need to be monitored as we go forward. Taking a look at GDP in the first and second quarter of 2021, solid growth. Q1, 6.3% growth. Q2, 6.7%. In Q3 of 2021, we actually had a fairly significant miss. Forecasts were for 4.5%. We came in with a revised number at 2.1%. Again, you're going to continue to hear the same terms as we go forward. Supply chain bottlenecks, the Delta variant, a lot of the 7-day moving average spiking again. These are all going to impact the economy as we move forward, or potentially. Omicron is certainly going to be a variable there. Taking a look at the labor market, this is really the main concern for the Federal Reserve. That's one of their 2 mandates. You can steadily see the unemployment rate improving. In August, we were at flat 5.2%. The November reading actually came in at 4.2%. So again, pretty significant improvement. Still not back to pre-pandemic levels. In February of 2020, the unemployment rate was at 3.5%. Labor force participation rate was at 63.3%. Currently, labor force participation rate is 61.8%. And again, this gives you a good idea of just the inflationary pressure. Historically, the Federal Reserve has always tried to keep inflation below that 2% benchmark, if you will. They've been very transparent over the last year, trying to help the economy recover, provide stimulus. They've been very transparent, saying that they are going to allow inflation to run above that 2% level for the foreseeable future. And the CPI number that came out, just to look at things from a historical perspective, in November, the CPI was at 6.8%. That's the largest year-over-year increase since 1992. The Producer Price Index, which came out this morning, that was actually at a very elevated level of 9.6%. That was the largest year-over-year increase since 2010. And taking a look at the personal consumption expenditure number, which is the main variable that the Fed monitors for inflationary pressure, in October, that came in at 5%. And again, the highest year-over-year increase since 1990. Now, from a historical context, that sounds very significant, but in all reality, we're comparing that to very depressed levels. In 2020, we were in a recession. For all intents and purposes, the economy was shut down. So I think as we move into 2022, you'll start to see more of a apples to apples comparison. So. Well, we've already touched on CPI, but if you look at the right portion of the screen, you can see the key contributors to the Consumer Price Index. Primarily, it's kind of unique. In the August reading, used cars and trucks were the main component contributing to that elevated number. Energy was the second leading contributing factor. For the November reading, that was actually a reversal. Energy was the primary contributor. Used cars and trucks was secondary. And energy itself, just from gasoline, which I'm sure we're all very aware every time we go to fill up our vehicle, that was up over 58% year over year. Used cars and trucks, again, that really boils down to a supply chain bottleneck issue, semiconductor chip shortage, computer chip shortage, so a lot of new cars sitting on a lot that cannot be sold. Now, speaking of the Fed, again, we'll know quite a bit more tomorrow when Chairman Powell basically concludes the meeting. Up until November, they were providing stimulus to the economy by purchasing $120 billion in fixed income securities. In November, they basically began a taper, which would be a reduction in that purchasing program. So in November, they took a reduction of $15 billion. At that pace, we would have looked at the tapering program to wrap up about June or July of 2022. Now, all expectations are for the Fed to actually step that up significantly to a reduction of $30 billion starting in December, more than likely. So most forecasts are for Chairman Powell to announce that tomorrow. If that's the case, they will actually wrap up the tapering program in March, and that'll probably be the first rate hike that we see. And most forecasts are for 3 rate hikes in 2022. But again, a lot of things can change between now and then. A variant, a mutation, a lot of different things on the spectrum. This is the Fed dot plot. It essentially just shows how well the Fed members feel looking further out on the curve. As you can see in 2021, obviously rates are not going to be raised. Well, and watch, potentially maybe they do that tomorrow, but all expectations are for 2022. The Fed members, you can see more of a dispersion there where they are looking for rate hikes as early as March of 2022. A little bit further out on the curve, you continue to see an increase in rate hikes as we go along. Now, referencing the yield curve, Mr. Melendez, this is as of September, so just to give you an idea, you can see on a 2-year, the yield is 0.28%. Currently, the 2-year is about 65 basis points, so that's a pretty dramatic move for a 2-year time frame. Looking at the 5-year, that's 96 basis points. Currently, the 5-year is at about 126. So within that 1 to 5-year time frame, there's a dramatic steepening of the yield curve. The only downside to that is there's an inverse relationship with the price of fixed income instruments. As yields go up, the price of the fixed income instrument decreases. But the upside is when we're reinvesting at higher rates. So, and you can see from 10 years out, it essentially flattens. There's not much movement there. Most of the volatility is in that shorter time frame, just because that's where they're anticipating all the changes with the Federal Reserve. Now, this is a good breakdown, essentially from where you stand from a compliance standpoint, if you will. The beige portion of the bar is actually indicating the maximum levels permitted by your investment policy for each of these asset classes. The blue shaded region is where you were allocated at the end of the third quarter. And just a quick visual takeaway, you can see you've got a very healthy buffer between where you're allocated and the limits of your investment policy. Ultimately, that's an ideal situation for both of us. As the investment manager, it allows us quite a bit of flexibility when opportunity does arise in the marketplace. We're able to be very nimble and take advantage of that on your behalf. And obviously, from your standpoint, you're significantly under the limits of your investment policy. This is another enhancement to the reports as of this quarter. This is a very nice breakdown of issuer diversification. It breaks down by percentage each asset class of the consolidated portfolios. And on the previous reports, we only showed ratings from Standard & Poor's. Now we actually show ratings from the three most recognizable credit rating agencies, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch. So again, just a great amount of detail here. And even looking at corporates, I think this gives you a good idea on how ratings may differ amongst the rating agencies. So I think overall, just a great snapshot of the portfolio. And those would be the prepared remarks I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board, do we have any questions or comments?
Let me read these disclosures here. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you need to sleep at night.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, so we're moving on to 16.01.
Move for approval, 16.01.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Melendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes 5-0. I do have item 17.01 that was pulled. I don't remember who pulled this one.
That was me.
Okay.
Move for approval of item 17.01.
Yeah, I'll second. No objection. My question, but the question that I had, just for discussion's sake, was how is this money gonna be used?
So Mr. Arguello, what we're saving is future interest payments. So those payments are paid out of our capital ad valorem dollars. So those dollars will just remain within our capital fund, in that balance, and allow us to allocate them to other capital purchases.
So just so I understand, we're refinancing, it's not like a traditional refinance where we're getting money out of it. We're just refinancing, getting a lower interest
Lower
rate, so
interest
we're
rates
paying
and-
less. So we're not actually getting money, we're just saving money by not paying the higher interest rate.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Okay, I have a motion to approve by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Arguello. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes 5-0. At this time, we will recess the school board meeting and call to order the leasing corp meeting. The next three items are voted on as a leasing corporation. Have a motion to approve, do I have a motion to approve 17.02?
I'll make a motion to approve 17.02.
Motion,
Can we do this, since they're in a special meeting, can we do all three together? Okay.
I've already asked.
Okay.
Have a motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Melendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Motion to approve item 17.03.
Have a motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Bass. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
And a motion to approve 17.04.
Motion to approve 17.04 by Thacker,
Second.
second by Bass. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, team. I also, okay, so we pulled 18.14, therefore.
It wasn't pulled, I don't think, he just
You just
wanted
wanted to comment.
wanted to
I'll
comment.
make a
Okay,
motion
do we
to approve 18.15.
Okay, I have a motion to approve 18.15. That was second?
Second. I just don't wanna limit your
No, we-
ability to
That's
speak.
okay.
No, I'll say that.
I have a second by
We can go back
Mr.
and
Bass.
speak to it. I can withdraw my motion if he's gonna move.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Now, would you like to go ahead and discuss your item before we vote on everything?
Yeah, if you want, yeah, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Yeah, and it was actually 18.13. This was the architectural review for look at all these Ks now, Knightsbridge K. And I think at the last board meeting, we were discussing that please take traffic patterns into consideration, since we're building the school brand new, you know, now the interesting thing was, I hate to take up so much time, but it's a lot, but I did speak with Dr. Pace, and she kind of enlightened me, because sometimes, you know, as board members, we obviously learn new things. K-8s in general release at the same exact time. Because the K-8 that I happened to see wasn't really a K-8, it was Michigan Avenue and St. Cloud Middle, and they happened to be two different schools, so I think that's why I didn't have any resistance to get two different drop-offs. But the K-8 schools release at the same exact time, so to create two drop-offs doesn't really make sense. Unless, and here's the caveat, it's one of those weird disclaimers, and we're just pre-planning, sometimes K-8s break, you know what I mean? They don't always stay a K-8, like Narcoossee was a K-8, then it split, Harmony split. So at this point, before we spend money going crazy and designing and then having a change order, now's the time to just kind of think about it. And so it has nothing to do with approving the item will be approved, but just what kind of scope of services do we want to tell them? Do we want to design two drop-offs now, even though the school may not split? And if they do want to have just one parent drop-off, then at least design it in a way that can stack in case it does split later. That's what I'm just trying to talk about, you know, because I'm tired of like filling with things after the fact.
You want to design it and build it, or just design it where it could be built, a second drop-off could be built?
That's why I'm talking to you, Chairman Thacker, I'm sorry, Mr. Thacker. That's exactly it. My point is just to pre-plan it, not, because this is our first time where, hey, before issues come up, I can see that issue coming up, like, do we pre-plan it exactly to sit there and say, okay, we don't design the second one yet, but leave space in there for a second one to be there in case it breaks up, or.
Aren't they building that subsidized or the apartment complex right there within a stone's throw of the school?
Adjacent to our property.
Adjacent to our
Yeah.
property, and it's gonna fill it up.
Correct.
They won't have, they just walk to school.
And that's the one where, I think across the street was like Green Meadows Farm, it was a farm, now it got approved to a whole bunch of other houses, and I'm just trying to think ahead, you know what I mean, just before we start spending a gazillion dollars, just
I think
how do we try to do that?
typically when we're part of the design process, these designs are presented to us in workshops, correct?
Yes, ma'am,
So that would
that's
be
correct.
a great place to bring that information up. So I'm sure that there's room for that conversation to happen.
Yeah, I'm sure Mark could tell them we're thinking about this, they could start thinking.
I've noted it, yes.
All right, thank you, staff. But again, it doesn't affect the way I vote for it, just for consideration.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second, board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed like sign? Motion passes 5-0. We have the blue sheeted item 19.01,
Motion to approve 1901.
motion by Mr. Thacker,
A second.
second by Mr. Bass. All those in favor, board?
Aye.
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 Opposed like sign?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem.
Too late.
Well, I still say yes, but I guess I can have a discussion then after you do. This is the blue sheet items, right?
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you
We'll
go
have
ahead.
discussion.
Yeah, because it shows here, because we just got it today, I'm sorry.
Sure.
It says lease term 24 months. I thought we were planning to do this to the end of the semester, then maybe, not the end of the semester, end of the school year, and then we're talking about maybe RFPing it and not having these long-term. 24 months sounds like a long commitment. I didn't think we were gonna be waiting 2
Company
years.
would not allow us to shorten the lease to less than 24 months. It could have been a 12-month lease, but then it would have cost twice as much. The other dilemma that we have is that we now have only 2 companies currently providing food commodities and supplies to K-12 school systems. One is Cisco, with whom we're gonna be contracting, and then another one. It is still our intention to go out to bid and make sure that we're getting the best price. But both of those companies have already indicated they won't deliver to each individual school. So it is looking like, regardless of where we go, we're gonna be in the food distribution business longer than we had hoped.
I'm just hoping that if we bid, that this contract doesn't impact that bid. I don't want us to do the right thing because we're locked onto this. I mean, or we could figure out another way to use these somewhere else, or
Right,
maybe
that's,
we
and
could-
that's what we
or
would
maybe we could sublease them to somebody else.
That's what
You know what I
we
mean?
would
We
do.
can make money off it. We're not in the leasing business, but I mean, if we got this thing, I mean, I would hate to stop the RFP, go off of this model because somebody's locked us in for 24 months.
No, our goal is to continue to go out for bid, look for the best option, and we can repurpose these if necessary.
As we, at that crossroads.
But it is looking very much like we're gonna be in the food distribution business for longer than the semester. That's what we currently have planned as we committed to the board the last time, but it's not looking promising.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I do. I mean, I have not heard anyone say Osceola County schools' food is great. Why don't we get out of the food business altogether?
We have looked at outsourcing our food service projects. We've never actually completely priced it. That is something that we certainly could explore. It tends to be expensive, but certainly there are companies out there that completely take over your food service operation.
I guess we can explore that during the RFP, like maybe we just, I don't wanna like pre-guess anything, just let somebody submit. If nobody submits, then nobody submits, or if the private companies submit and it's like a ridiculous number, then we just know it's not appropriate.
There are long-term ramifications that we take into account when you consider our current district employees, benefit packages, union negotiations, those types of things. But certainly if that's the direction the board wants us to go, and we can certainly explore it and bring back additional information with the RFP process.
Because the other thing too is, I hate to drag this on, I know it's long, but some companies have staggered solutions too. Like some of them are just, hey, just the servers, some of it's management plus whatever. Since we're looking at this thing happened, let's just have an opportunity to look at everything, because there are different solutions. We don't have to like privatize everything, maybe just like certain segments of it.
We certainly will explore that on behalf of the board, if that's what you want us to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes 5-0. Now is a time when our public is allowed to go ahead and give their public comments. Before I call the first person, I'd like to go ahead and set some guidelines, which we're all very familiar with, but I just want to make sure that we are starting on the right foot. So as we know, each speaker does have a total of 3 minutes and only 3 minutes to speak. I will ask to please be respectful and civil with your comments. Please do not address any board member or anyone on the dais directly. Board members, this is for us. I would ask that you please do not respond to public comments. However, if you do hear a public comment and you would like it to be addressed, I would ask you to submit that to committee, meaning to Dr. Pace, and we will have Dr. Pace give us a follow-up update during her next board update, update before the next meeting. So let's go ahead and get started. We have quite a few number of comments. We will start with Mr. Allen.
Okay, he comes first or the first time?
Now I'm just doing it as I got him, as I got him.
I was ready. Larry Allen, 722 Mavit. We need allies, and I keep hoping that Osceola County leadership will step up and advocate for our students and employees who take care of our students. We all live by the rules put in place by our elected officials. They've made policies that have a negative impact on us on our day-to-day, and it saddens me that even if, the school board, the community, all of us, we may recognize the impact, but too often we're not upset enough about it to advocate for our people. At some point, silence is betrayal. Complacency is complicity. What I'm saying is we have room for improvement, and here's some issues I'd love for the school board to advocate for us about. Teacher shortage in Osceola County. For example, we have media specialists that are practically permanent subs, and we have some media specialists who are like the school's technician for all the computer problems. A teacher shortage means an ESP abuse. And I use that word loosely, but it fits. We're taking advantage of their loyalty to our kids. They're pulled routinely to sub in different classrooms because we can't get enough subs, different rooms, different roles. They may or may not be prepared to handle the different roles, from lesson planning to grading. And that begs the question, are our kids getting the support they deserve? And I don't know enough about this next situation, but from what I understand, putting autistic students in the same space with emotional behavior disorder students does not seem prudent. After talking to many employees who wish to remain anonymous, this setup seems like a recipe for disaster. And lastly, our state education budget. Can someone please respectfully have a conversation with the governor and the commissioner of education? First of all, if these strategies, budget and otherwise, were working, Florida wouldn't have a shortage of 5,000 teachers. USF recently considered closing its College of Education due to a declining enrollment trend. Osceola County has somewhere around 400 vacancies if you look at the advertised job positions. For the third year in a row, the starting pay for beginning teachers has been raised significantly, but it leaves out all the other people who make the school function and gives kids their best shot at success. Deans, guidance counselors, bus drivers, bookkeepers, nurses, food service workers, tech, maintenance, reading coaches. They're all important parts of school student success, and many of our ESPs have served Osceola County for years, but they're making about $13 an hour. So it seems like all these people may have been forgotten. Regardless of which party you support, our kids need you to hold our elected officials accountable for what they're doing to our public education. Osceola County citizens, I'm talking to you too. Please speak up for Osceola County. Elections matter. Please speak up for public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Angelica McKinney.
Angelica McKinney, 7060 Branch Board. 2 meetings ago, the contract for the new teacher center was approved. After all the information research that was given to you, research that you as a board member should have initiated, but you didn't. Only one out of the 4 board members that usually don't support what we parents bring out to your attention show some interest and in a way gave some sense of hope to us parents that finally one more board member wanted to do the right thing. However, when it was time to vote, like always, this board member decided to vote on with the group agenda. I wanted to ask a simple question that night during your private, not so private debate. And it's what information these board members saw that made him walk away from us parents and join the group. Because nothing on the website changed, nothing on the views or profile of the CEO of the new teacher center changed, nothing on the material given to you as evidence changed. How a verbal promise of not pushing CRT had more weight than what it was obvious to see in the website and all the material physical evidence that was handed to all of you by parents. But it's not on the rules to be part of that conversation, and I think and many of us here feel the same way, that it is time to change it. So I am requesting to change the rules from just the 3 minutes we get to speak here to being part of the conversation when it is time to make the final decision for anything that requires approval. Because other than just as parents coming here and speak, and perhaps some of you listen but don't hear us, it is not working for us. One more thing, we come here to speak because it is our right. It's not because you are being nice to us. I heard that comment by one of the board members at the last meeting, and it was just wrong. Lastly, to follow up on the panorama survey, which I believe is scheduled in January, I wanted to know how is the school district going to inform parents of the type of survey, who owns the company, and that they can opt out. And as far as the all these contracts that are being approved, I think it will be good for every company to be named here, and also if you guys don't have any conflict of interest, just do it on the road here in front of us so that we can see it. And after watching the slideshow justification, you
Thank you, Ms. McKinney, your time's up. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a good holiday.
Okay,
Merry
you too.
Christmas.
Actually, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, thank you. Ms. Laura McAdams?
Good evening, board members. My name is Laura McAdams. I live in St. Cloud, Florida.
Merry Christmas before I go off on you guys, as always. It was interesting, the slide that we were presented with today. I mean, even though you say it's not CRT, there are still other things that are unacceptable in teaching, like the sexualization books that are out there, the white supremacy books that are out there, the LGBTQ books that are out in the libraries. I mean, the BLM groups that are being formed in some of these schools. I mean, the thing that happened here in the parking lot. The mock homosexual wedding that was done in, I believe, was it Harmony Middle or Harmony High? Just before Thanksgiving. The whole dressing up like girls, boys in the classroom. I mean, these are all things that maybe not CRT, but this is still things that shouldn't be in our schools. It's not educational. It doesn't provide any type of knowledge to our children. Another thing I guess we're stumbling across right now is there's actual sex going on in the schools, in the courtyards, in the bathrooms, with students. And then that bullying incident, of course, was not acceptable. That the video was coincidentally brought up to our attention yesterday, which was kind of odd because it happened in October. So another thing that I find really odd is now we have a moment of silence, and the moment of prayer has been removed from our board meetings. Don't know who got to vote on that or who had a say in that, but I think a lot of people in this room agree with me that we would like that moment of prayer back in our agenda. It just helps the meeting start off right, and maybe that's something that's wrong with the public school system right now is prayers we're taking out of schools, and the behavioral issues in the schools, all the fights and things going on. Maybe it has a little bit to do with maybe not just our faith, but anybody else's faith and that comes to our country. They all have their own thing, but maybe that helps. And I think that maybe that's something we should be all thinking about. So, and I had a question for Mr. Kochenbacher. I didn't know if we heard back anything from the Department of Education regarding the CRT that we had submitted. So I don't know why NTC was approved.
I intend to follow up tomorrow with that bureaucracy, so I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McAdams. Next, we have Becky, I want to say Burnett. I apologize if I mispronounced it. Burnett? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Regarding the homosexual wedding, mock wedding at Harmony Middle, this is my son's story. We picked our boys up early on November 18th. Walking to the car, he told us, "I'm glad you picked us up early. We were having a wedding. We were doing a mock wedding in class." I'm like, "Oh, that's unusual." Then he said, "It was 2 girls and they called me homophobic." We stopped in our tracks. We listened to his story. His story was, I wasn't really paying attention because it's a useless class. It is when, and it is useless. So he was on his phone with his AirPods in until he heard loud wedding music. He looked up, and at the end of the aisle, there was 2 girls there. He looks to the front of the aisle, and the teacher is there. He's sitting sideways in his desk, and his legs are in the aisle. When the girls approach him, he doesn't move his legs out of the way, and they tell him to move, and he goes, "No. My speech on civil disobedience." He's listening. So they got mad. They started calling him homophobic. The teacher did not stop him. The girls went around them. The wedding started to perform. He was called out of class because we were there to pick him up early. He went on to say that I asked for he said most of the boys had left the class because they knew what was going on and they didn't agree with it, so they got restroom passes. He asked for a pass. She wouldn't give out any more because she gave out all the passes she's allowed to give out. All the girls, he told me, are always allowed to do whatever they want to do, but the boys have to sit in their seat and behave or they get in trouble. The girls literally sat in the windowsills with the windows cracked open on the 2nd floor with their arms stuck out the windows. This is where they were during the gay wedding. When he said he had to fill out an investigation report with the dean and the principal. And he said the girls would probably not agree with him because they get to do whatever they want and they're not going to go against the teacher. He said the boys most likely will agree with him and stand up for what he said and what happened in class. unless they feel intimidated because the teacher always says to the class, what happens in class stays in class. That is so wrong on so many levels. We are not homophobic. That implies fear. We're not scared of gay people. Just because our values align with God's word and God's design for man and woman and creation does not make us scared of gay people. Also, he told us for the grad night, the junior grad night to Universal Studios, on her board was written, in order to be on my team, because there's no parent chaperones allowed this year, because we know why.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett.
It was written on her board, in order to be
Ms.
on my
Burnett,
team,
thank you
you
so
cannot be
much. In order for
homophobic
me
or
to be fair
racist.
to
And she
everybody,
said
I'm gonna
that to the
ask you,
class.
Ms. Burnett, thank you so much.
I want something done. It is Ms. Lord.
Ms. Debbie Mann?
Hey there, Debbie Mann, Osceola County. You know why I'm here every meeting speaking out. I'm not gonna go over my opinions anymore. I'm gonna let you know that I'm not speaking just for myself. I had some notes here, but the PowerPoint kind of brought some new things to mind. I understand as far as sending things home and we're saying it's supplemental, it's not assigned. But when I hand you a brochure on a topic, you're assuming that I approve it and I agree with it. So when things go home from the school, you're letting that kid know that this comes from school. School approves of this. So you can say whatever you want about it not being assigned. I am going to give you some numbers. Just staff members at my school personally, these are people that have reached out to me. I've had 49 or 50. The surveys that we're talking about that people do after the trainings, they're bullcrap for lack of a better word. A third, as a teacher, a third of them think they're ridiculous and they go through and they just click all the whatever the one answer is on one side. And a third of them might give their honest opinion, and the other third are really scared to put their opinions on them because they're not anonymous. That's why I have 49 teachers coming to me. That's why I have parents stopping me in the parking lot. That's why I have 3 people from another school reaching out to me. That's why I have a person that works right here in this district office that is afraid to state her opinion on some trainings that she's had to do that has come to me. And they tell me, thank you for speaking out. Thank you for doing this for us. We agree with you, we're behind you, but we're scared to say anything. So the surveys, you can throw those out the window. Another number for you, there are 6 highly effective teachers at my school with great kids. In the next year or 2, you might need to replace them because they have decided that their children will not attend a middle school or high school in Osceola County, so they'll be making other arrangements, whether to homeschool or some other educational arrangements. So you're losing good behaviors, you're losing good academic scores, all around good children plus highly effective teachers. Got another teacher came to me, her high schooler, social, athlete, high academics, well-behaved, begging her to let them be homeschooled or virtual school because mom, half the teachers are weird and the behavior in the schools are horrible. I can't be around these kids anymore. The 2020 AVID training that was discussed when Mr. Herbst came and gave his story, I had a teacher that went to the August 2021 AVID training. She came to me, she said, that man's story brought me to tears. That was my story. She said, that happened to me this year. So if we knew it happened in 2020, okay, for the life of me, cannot figure out why it was allowed to happen again this year. Again, the surveys mean nothing because I'm sure she did not put that on her survey because she's scared to death. It brings her to tears and she won't talk about it.
Thank you, Mrs.
Speaking of numbers, when you've got a principal at a high school looking at teachers saying this did not happen, make it go away, your discipline numbers are not accurate. I don't care how transparent you are.
Next, we have Melrose Figueroa.
My name is Melrose Figueroa. My address is 1364 South Narcousie Road, St. Cloud, Florida 34771. Good evening, board. Tonight I'm here to talk about a recent no-bid contract award for tutoring services, which was awarded to a Miami-based company with no community ties to Osceola County or Central Florida. First, I represent a local women veteran-owned small business which is based in St. Cloud, Florida, which provides tutoring services specified in the aforementioned contract. My client and I are concerned with the manner this procurement process was handled, and the fact that it was not publicized for RFP or RFQ for local small businesses to compete for this award in compliance with Florida State Statute, Chapter 287.057. My client is a local Osceola small business, and more so, they are an Osceola taxpayers who graduated from St. Cloud High School and have children in the Osceola School District. The fact that a Miami-based company circumvented the normal procurement process with no public notice made to allow local small businesses who provide these services to compete has made my client consider legal protest to this contract award. My client and I would urge the school board to issue a rescindo on this matter to allow local small businesses to participate in the competitive process for this contract to be in compliance with Florida State Statute, Chapter 287.057. We appreciate your time and consideration in regard to this matter. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Dr. Pace, may I refer this for you guys to look into?
Was it on this agenda or different?
It was on the previous agenda last November.
Miss
We had a long
Figueroa?
discussion about it.
Yeah, Ms. Figueroa, your information is accurate here, so we can reach back out to you. Okay, I'm referring this to Dr. Pace, thank you. Next, we have Jason Batson.
Madam Chair, before he speaks, since she is an attorney, could you please have her deal with me and I'll deal with Dr. Pace?
Sure, I referred to committee, so she can do as she sees fit. Hi, how are you?
I wanna go on record by saying this time last year, our gas prices were under $2 a gallon. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but when I saw the numbers for our violence and stuff that's going on in the schools, it really bothered me. So if things are happening like that in our schools, why aren't we doing more to fix it? That slide that we saw earlier tonight was just a bunch of bull crap. There was no solutions being presented about none of it. I don't care, you can set all that smoke and puff it and give it all the oxygen you want, it ain't getting anywhere. So, if we have $153 million in the bank account, why don't we put more security into our schools? How do you expect one man to cover 100,000 square foot plus buildings and keep our kids safe on your time and my dollar? So if we're gonna get another $250 million from old sleepy Joe Biden, that makes it over $400 million. So I'm pretty sure we can come up with an idea, and I'm pretty sure we can find some veterans and maybe start something with the veterans and get some more security in our schools. 4 eyes is better than 2, and 6 eyes is better than 4 and 2. So the more the merrier. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Mark Peters.
Good evening, board. Merry Christmas and happy 2022. Thank you guys for having me here this evening. A few things I wanted to address regarding situation in the schools. My daughter attends high school, one of the high schools here, and I'm not pointing out schools because it happens in all the schools. She does not go to the bathroom during the day until she gets home, primarily because what goes on in the bathrooms. There is vaping, different drugs. I know it was mentioned just about drugs, but there's a lot of different activities other than, smoking and weed and sexual activities. So she refuses to go and put herself in that. And I applaud her that she can hold it that long. I can't, but it's happening there. I'm not sure what can be done, but as Jason said, more eyes. You know, I saw the incident that happened in Liberty High School, which is right down the road from me, and I said to myself, why is there no one in that hallway that is some adult? I bring the lights down again. Well, I hope my time is paused.
No, the time has not been, no, it hasn't been affected. Oh, it was now.
Talk.
Well, there you go.
Wait.
Let's go. So, you know, so I'm excited that you guys are coming up with ideas and things that can help our students. But at the end of the day, as Jason said, we really want to see real solutions. And during the SRO board meeting that we had with Board Member Melendez, one of the guys that were here, he said they partnered with parents, putting parents in the schools, parents who are ready and able to walk the halls, build relationships with the students, and be the extra eyes that is needed. I'm not sure if that's something you guys open to do. As he said, veterans, guys who have, you know, abilities to, you know, speak to these students and, you know, de-escalate things from happening, but be there in the hallways, because the school campuses are college campuses now, not what I accustomed to when I went to school in New York. It was like one building, just a lot of floors. But now you have, you know, wings everywhere. And the other thing I wanted to address is the Osceola school. I came in from New York and I attended school in New York, and I felt we were held to a higher standard. So I look back and say, what is going on in New York now with the school, with the quality of education in New York compared to what it is in Osceola? So I spoke to a teacher, a science teacher in one of my kids' school, and he just recently moved here. He was a principal in the Northeast, and he was a science teacher. And he said he cannot believe his student is in a school in Osceola. He said he don't know how long he'll stay here because the education in Osceola compared to where he was is really lacking. And when we see the students, there's so many people moving from New York here, and the students are moving here, and they're underperforming, but while they were in the Northeast, they were doing a lot better. It has to be something in the schools. Thank you guys for your time. I hope you can do better. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have Chris Fontenot. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. It was not on purpose.
It's okay.
Please correct me.
It's Fontenot?
Fontenot?
Yeah.
I will try to remember that.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I am the chapter chair for Moms for Liberty in Osceola County. In case you haven't heard of us, we are moms, dads, grandparents, and others that are dedicated to fighting for liberty, freedom, and parental rights in all levels of government. We hold decision makers accountable, or we work to replace them with liberty-minded individuals. We spread awareness and an understanding of the limited role of government. We stand together against government overreach and intimidation tactics. We promote teaching and principles of liberty in our homes and community, and we activate liberty-minded leaders to serve in elected positions. Now that you know who we are, what we stand for, and what Moms for Liberty is knocking on your door, I would like to share some thoughts, concerns, and questions from our members and our community. The violence and the inappropriate conduct in schools is out of control. By now, most have seen the video of an autistic student being brutally assaulted. This is not the first violent incident at Liberty High School. There are social media groups for this school that highlight videos of fights, students having sex in the bathrooms, discussion of rape, sexual assaults. Students are afraid to go to school. Where's the accountability for this principal? What's being done to keep children safe at school? What policies are in place? This problem is getting worse, not getting better. So whatever disciplinary action or coaching is being done with this principal is clearly not working. It's your responsibility to keep our kids safe. This includes a zero tolerance policy for violence and bullying. It also includes curriculum free from CRT related materials, sexual and alternative lifestyle teaching, and pornographic books in libraries. There are several other issues I don't have time to address in 3 minutes, but we'll be here every meeting to demand accountability, action, and transparency. We are also actively seeking liberty-minded individuals to replace the 3 seats that are coming open next year, because clearly they're not listening to our concerns. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you for all those public comments. Frank, you do have your
Three items, and then I
items,
have
yes.
some that aren't, to give you updates on.
And we thought this meeting was long before.
I deliberately wore my Scrooge mask because of you. Members of the board, the first item is approval of resolution number 22-008 regarding the redistricting. This item comes to you from the county that approved it, from the redistricting committee that was appointed.
You're requesting action?
Move for approval of 21.01.
A second.
I have a motion by Mr. Thacker and a second by Mr. Bass. Discussion by Mr. Melendez?
Yeah, I had an issue with it, because when they presented map B and C, map B was the more appropriate one that we had discussed, because it was the one that was going over the north of Toho. The only issue I had was that to get, Narcoossee Community School not included in it, so that way we can have a balance of schools.
They did that, right?
No, they did not. So map C, now, I was supposed to meet up with Ken to do that, and we just couldn't square away our times. And Rhonda, the director of planning, she didn't have the map to draw up our own map. So our map was never drawn. So map C was drawn, so now this is what it is, but not the one that I support. The numbers are, it can be perceived as packing. My District 2 has like 70%, Hispanic population. There's no other district, District 4 doesn't even have 60. So there's another one's in the 50s, so there's a significant gap. I don't think it's defensible, that's just my opinion, but I'm not here to knock anybody down. I'm just letting you know that I can't support the map that wasn't presented to the county.
Mr. Melendez, I have Mr. Arguello.
Well, I concur with Mr. Melendez. I do think that this map represents packing. It's basically, this is, not that it's gonna surprise anyone, but this is politicians drawing maps for themselves. There was a committee, and that committee made two reasonable maps. And just to be clear, for neither of these maps, none of the maps change my outcome. It does not change my seat. It has very little impact on me. It does not benefit me. It does not hurt me. I think that it actually slightly benefits me, all of the maps presented. But you do see that the maps are drawn specifically for no other reason than to provide advantages in elections, and I think that it is incorrect. They should have went with the map that the committee brought forth. It's too obvious, and I think that if we vote today to approve that, then what we're doing is approving a form of behavior which is certainly immoral, if not unethical and undefensible.
Thank you, Mr. Arguello. Mr. Thacker?
Question for Mr. Melendez. Help me remember, because
Yeah, because we have.
the issue was the two Narcoossee schools,
Yes.
right? Moving them in District.
Leaving in District 5, yes. What I wanted was just, because I liked map B that was presented, and that's one that had it. I just didn't want to include.
Leaving them in District 5?
Yeah, I wanted to leave Narcoossee in District 5, but map B
That's what our stuff says they are in.
Well, they are now, but they totally did it the other way around. They got rid of the top part of, if you look at the new map now, when they drew it, see, look, the map B had green coming all the way around Narcoossee.
Right.
I wanted to just kind of go up a little bit,
Yeah,
just
you
to
just
get
wanted
it.
to raise
Here
it.
they totally went out there and they jumped over like Sunbridge and there's like no houses in there.
So this is
That's like
very-
Walmart and everything, so they jumped over that to come into District 4 instead of just kind of moving back.
They just grouped all the Hispanics into one
Yeah,
district,
which
that's all they
could be-
did.
if somebody
And then they
wanted
took
to
all
look
the
at it,
areas
they
that are
have
worth
the-
any money and they
what
took them out and
what
kept
it
them in
did
St.
was-
Cloud.
Yeah, here you don't have the results, but what it did was, it made my district like 71% Hispanic. And there's like no district with 60. And then then one has 50. So it could be I'm not a lawyer, but that could be perceived the wrong way, and I just don't want that liability on my hands there. And it's the county's decision, and so I don't wanna, immoral might be a little bit too far, but that's just the decision. But the school district has its own legal authority to draw its map, and I can't support something that they did when I saw what they did. Because map B is the more appropriate map, and again, I'm not here to call names, I'll
No,
support
no, I
the
get
full,
it.
I'll support the full support of the board.
I just wanted to make sure, I'm sorry, I understood.
Yeah, because all I wanted was
confused
map B with Narcoossee cut out. They
Right,
took
so I
out-
understand
they
what
took-
you wanted, and that's
they
what I
took-
thought
yeah,
happened.
They took out Narcoossee, but then they
They
took
took
out
out
all of the top part of the lakefront, and they jumped over to the left, and kind of like what John said, I hate to say this, but they kind of chose an area that had a high concentration of Hispanics that
Can we
overpopulated
take a look at those other, I mean, I understand what you're saying, because I was under the impression that they were gonna take the top part of the lake and merge it over into your district.
And that's where one of them was.
I thought
Matt
Osceola
was
was
that.
going to that district.
And that's what we saw when Ken Brown came here, and I told him, I like that one, I just don't go all the way down into Narcoossee Community School.
How many high schools are in your district? Is it, how many,
District 2?
how many high schools are in your, is it just one or two?
Well, technically,
Has
Oxa is the
passed.
second one.
Yeah, he has
Oxford
passed
passed.
as well.
But not,
Okay.
okay, let's say I've got three in that,
Yeah, and that one would have 3.
well, but if we took the top part off, then it would be one less, because Toho would then roll
And
over
and
into
here's the
that.
other thing too, when it comes to the other equity decision, is population too, not just the type of population. Your district is the one that's growing the super fastest.
I'm right there with
So
you.
by me taking part of District 5, when you grow, because technically you can't consider future growth in it, but we know it's gonna be future growth.
And they've already
You're gonna
approved
end up-
this, is the county already
Yeah,
approved?
the county
this?
approved theirs already.
So,
I just don't like the confusion that comes
I don't
along.
like- I don't like
The
different
confusion that
maps.
comes along with a homeowner, let's say, because now they're in District 5 for county commission, but District 4 for school board, and I don't want anybody to get confused with
Yeah,
the
and
voting mechanism.
and I wanted that, and I suggested at our past board meeting, could we be on a committee and kind of work it out? I didn't
I
get
truly
seconded.
thought, listen, I truly
You know what I
thought
mean?
they were gonna take the
But
top
did you
part
know
off.
that the districts now aren't 100% overlapped anyway, right now? Only in certain parts of the district, all the districts right now as they exist, before this, when I'm talking about the one that we've had the last 10 years, there's some precincts that are slightly off.
Do we have to approve this tonight, Mr. Kreppenbacher?
You are allowed to redistrict an odd number.
I guess my question is,
You'd have to call.
I get Mr. Melinda's question, probably agree with a lot of it. What I'm wondering is, it seems like something got lost in translation.
Right. That's what,
Before we
yeah,
throw the baby out with the bathwater, do we have time to go back and ask the county? Because when we had Ken Brown here, we talked about this, and
Here's the answer. You gotta do it by the end of the year. So you'd have to call a special meeting, and if the county was willing to consider something, they'd have to call a special
But
meeting.
I question that, Mr. Kroppenbacher, and I know you're a lawyer, but I hate to question you, but
No, that's
but the state legislature's drawing their maps in March. So what law is saying that has to be done in the odd year when the legislature's not done drawing their maps yet, finalizing it?
Give me
Because I'm pretty sure the
second.
state legislature has a timeline, and I heard
They do
that
it
they're
every
drawing their maps,
they
they're
do it with the
finalizing their maps
census,
in
right?
March.
They do it with the census every
Did you
10
motion,
years.
was there already a motion?
yes, I have made a
yes,
motion in
and
a
a
second.
Okay, I'll call the questions. Well, no, never mind, I'll wait. Let's do it.
Or if we can, I guess we can TP it till we find out, but like I said, it's just confusing, because I know the legislature, they haven't finalized their maps, and they're not gonna do it now, they're gonna finalize their maps in March.
Can we, hold on this item and move on and then come back to it with Mr. Kreppenbacher?
Now there's a motion, right?
But we can,
You can rescind.
I can rescind my motion to just give him a little more time to research, but we keep moving with the agenda. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mr. Thacker, because that
So,
was
well,
the
he's
impression
the
I was
only
under.
person left on the agenda.
Oh,
Except
so it doesn't
for some
help.
new business,
Oh,
does
you're right,
not
doesn't
help,
help.
does
Okay,
not
never
help.
mind.
Guys, Florida statute 1001.36. Just let me go through the sections. Looking at something. If you wanna,
Well,
You're,
they're all yours, Frank. It doesn't-
you're the star of the show, Frank.
do you wanna go to board member new business and
Okay.
all
I will move to new business, which I do not have what I wanted, but I'll go ahead and discuss what I wanted to talk about. So board members, as you know, 3 of us went to Florida School Board Association, was that last week? Last week or the week before? Yeah, and we participated in some really great workshops. I specifically participated in a student achievement workshop that was presented by Duval County. I was hoping by now I would have their presentation, but I do not. Tanya?
Ma'am.
This was not sent, the presentation wasn't sent?
Not to me, no, it was not.
Okay, I don't have the presentation, so it would be yeah, it's difficult for me to go over it, but I did want to bring some of their best practices when it comes to closing their achievement gap, their access gap, and just some of the things that we can implement, because I know that we have student achievement as one of our strategic goals, and I thought they had a great set of best practices. So that was all I wanted to talk about. Koppenbacher?
We want to go on to the next item.
Okay, so I know that we have some board member comments, and if I remember correctly, Mr. Arguello, you had some comments you wanted to go over?
Yes, so we had discussed at another point a review of our conflict of interest policy, and I'm gonna be writing a conflict of interest policy that I'm gonna ask to be put on the agenda for the next meeting. We also, this evening, it came up actually in the conversation regarding our healthcare plan in terms of performance guarantees. And I would like to discuss implementing some performance guarantees for our vendors as well across the board, not just for our healthcare, but for all of our vendors. Thirdly, I think that we have also discussed a line of some sort where employees can call the district and raise concerns under conditions of anonymity or not. And I think that we've waited long enough for this kind of plan. I don't know exactly where it's at, but I'd like to, I guess Frank is gone. So this is something I'm gonna request that gets put on the next agenda as well. I'd also like to comment on the no bid contract that the person came up and spoke about. This is a contract of which there was much debate regarding, and
So, John, which contract?
this is the no bid contract that we approved, I don't know, a couple months ago.
Oh, it's the one, is it the one the lady was here?
Yes.
The attorney was just, okay.
Yep. So to me, that's a problem. Number one, because we raised the question, is this really a sole source contract? You know, and we're going to Miami, we're paying a company, I remember this contract, it was almost $1 million worth of money that we're sending to this company. And then in that contract, there were tutors or whomever that they were gonna put in our schools. Well, we can't find people to do our own job. We cannot find teachers, we cannot find paraprofessionals, so how are they gonna find tutors to put in their job? So how are we keeping track of this expense and the performance of this expense, which is why I was thinking that performance guarantees. It's the worst part, if we're in violation of some statute because we provided somebody with a sole source when we had companies here locally in St. Cloud who offer this, why do we do this? How did it get there? How did that happen? What was the genesis of a sole source contract for a company of which we actually have vendors within our county? And I'll pose that question to Dr. Pace, and before that, I think that the community has had some legitimate concerns regarding all the money that we're saving, which is perfectly fine. I think it's a great idea, but this rainy day fund, as we've been calling it has been pouring now. And at some point, we need to pull up the umbrella and stop allowing for our teachers to be soaked. And just start putting some resources back into our schools so that we can normalize the situation. Because what we're going through right now, in my opinion, is these are the consequences of bad decisions that are made not in the interest of education, but in the interest of business, which is not ours. And this is, if you look at business case studies, this is what happens when you do that. And I won't be more specific than that, but with that, I'd love to hear the answer about that no bid contract.
If, in fact, we violated law, you will hear me come back and look at the issue of voiding the contract.
So,
Okay, now, that could expose us to damages if somebody's already expended money, et cetera. But you gotta rectify the situation, if that's the case.
so how do we end up in a sole source contract when there's a vendor in our backyard?
I've gotta go through the file and find out. I've learned one thing, because I've been following up on everything that people report. There's two sides to everything.
Yeah.
So we'll come back in January and report back to you exactly what I find on the thing.
If we can add that to either Dr. Pace's board member comments or if it's a legal issue under your comments. Thank you.
And then Dr. Pace, can, in terms of that $800,000, how are we getting performance guarantees on that money? How are they gonna resolve the issues of employment or of labor when we can't do it ourselves?
Those are all matters that we'll research, Mr. Arguello, and bring back to you in January.
It's not in the contract though?
I don't have the contract in front of me, sir, so I don't wanna speak off the cuff without looking further into it.
Mr. Melendez?
Yeah, I just wanna, so I know the social media attack has been discussed quite a bit. I just wanna say that we, in no way, that is not the conduct that's expected out of our schools. And so I got really disheartened by that, and I did talk to Dr. Pace, again, for confidentiality purposes of the student records. We can't discuss, the specifics of it, but I just wanna let everybody know that we do take this very seriously. Again, I was on the SRO committee that looked into different things, the issues that happened. But one thing I would suggest is we do have our school safety committee that was approved through the public. Maybe we set that up pretty soon, because I think each one of us can have 2 appointments. Because I think some parents did make some concerns where there's just an increase in violence in general. And again, it's not to point fingers, but like maybe they could come up with some strategies. Because I think Mr. Peters mentioned it, and it was true. I think there's a program like in Chicago or something where parents volunteered their time and they became, I think they used the word guardian, but it's not guardian the way we use it. They were just like volunteers that went out there and they were like extra campus monitors. And I just think it's what an appropriate time for maybe Dr. Pace to kind of like get that in motion or request us to appoint somebody to it and maybe set a date for the first meeting. And that can kind of be on the agenda, just get parent input and.
I had a note in my calendar to work on that in January because we had talked about that committee meeting twice a year, once at the end of first semester and then once again at the end of the school year. So if the board would like, head nod's good enough, I can go ahead and just send out information about sending me names for both the curriculum review committee for the board and the school safety committee, and I can go ahead and start those things going.
Okay.
Thank you.
Members of the board, as your lawyer, what I heard tonight concerns me. Because we heard issues that could create liability for this district. All right, and I heard the worst part, maybe we have some unsafe situations for our students. So I would completely support the superintendent's asking you for that, because we need to show we're addressing it.
Thank you.
Do you all, you have to give her the nod.
No,
We have,
Oh, yes.
we have
we're all good.
consensus.
Yeah, we'll email you the names of people.
Absolutely.
I'll send you an email requesting that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Frank?
Yes, I couldn't pull it on the computer, it wouldn't come up completely, but Florida statute 101.36 subsection 2 provides any district school board may make any change that it deems necessary in the boundaries of any district school board member residence area at any meeting of the district school board, provided that such changes shall be made only in odd number years and that no change would affect you as incumbents. Your terms would complete. So if they moved you out of the district, you finish up. So it says I knew it said that only in odd number years, so we're the way it's been done this year, everybody blames COVID and the fact that data came out late. We're backed up, Mr. Thacker, and answer your questions right against the wall. Now, if you don't approve this, and nothing happens between now and the end of the year, all your districts stay identical, and then in 2023, you'd be able to revisit the issue.
Yeah, my concern was that we could just vote for map B. The only question would be is, do we wanna be in concert with the county?
Here's your problem. The whole statute calls for a resolution. I mean, I think we'd have to do the paperwork and to bring map B in front of you and create the right resolution.
Well, I was gonna say, cause map B was already in front of us before.
Now, I would like to ask, just for the record,
How do y'all feel about having two different maps? Because I don't feel good about that.
I don't feel good about it, but I know how my district is growing, and I know the DRIs that are on record, that are on Slate, and I know about all the development that's gonna be south of Alligator Lake, and like Julia said, District 5 is booming right now, and that, I was really surprised that they didn't take that top part of the lake and merge that over with.
Madam Chair, could I have Rhonda come up and
Yes.
she had explained to me that the county, why they went to C versus B, so I'll turn it over to her.
Thanks, Rhonda.
Good evening. So I did attend the meeting strictly to observe, to, keep, informed on how they were making their decisions. So a couple of things. There was a lot of conversation about the growth coming in District 5, but they kept being brought back under guidance that it's the number in the population today. Another recession could occur, another pandemic could occur, anything that could occur that would slow the growth down in District 5. So it's not building boundaries for where we think we're going to be in another 10. They have to balance the data on the census data that was just released in 2020, and that was the basis for it. I do believe that Mr. Brown attempted to make the cut just above North Creasy as requested, and it skewed the numbers enough that they weren't able to put it in front of the county commission as an option.
What numbers? What number what numbers in particular?
So, when they start making the boundaries, all the numbers in the individual districts, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 12, in that particular case.
The demographic breakdown, the demographic numbers were skewed, or?
The overall population numbers took them outside of the 10%. So no one boundary can be over 10%. So there is so much growth up there. We were just looking at some redistricting plans ourselves for schools, and it's very dense in the North Creasy area at this point. So just moving it just a smither will throw your numbers by thousands. So Mr. Brown said they ran the number and he was unable to do it without going back and creating an entire redesign. So the difference in B and C, there was some stuff down at the Kissimmee Lakefront, the actual lakefront itself. They had split it between 3 and 4. They shifted it all to a single district, but the overall did not change that much. So it was just kind of a tweak. I wasn't there to speak on behalf of the board. I could just hear and listen and see what the changes were. I know B went, and then after their board saw it, then those minor tweaks were made, and that's how they came up with map C. So I do know we look at school totals, but again, we're not balancing by the number of schools in each district. They're balancing on the overall population of Osceola County. I did text Mr. Brown when we were sitting here, and he said that he would be available anytime but tomorrow to work on maps, and he would be willing to do that for us if we wanted some additional data. But as Frank has indicated, it would require another meeting. We would have to post it, create the resolution, and bring back any additional maps that Mr. Brown might be able to create based on direction of the school board.
Well, my thought really quick. Number one, I think that no matter what happens, obviously we have to vote on this map tonight because we're not gonna call another meeting during Christmas. Number two, it would be a huge disservice, even a greater disservice to the public to have a different map in the county, okay, no matter what in the end. They already voted on it. They've accepted this map. It is their map. So the only other option would be to have our own. They're not gonna reconsider. So really, we're squabbling over something that cannot be changed. The milk is spilled. We gotta move forward. So
Yeah, I think Osceola would be the only one, because Orange County, they have their own maps. No other, I don't think there's too many counties in the state of Florida that the school board and the county maps match.
Maybe, but are you gonna tell the public that you care more about your election than you care
No,
about
it's
their?
not about my election, it's about the equitable distribution. I think there's a
The
possibility.
board is
that
gonna
it's
sort that
possible.
out.
Correct.
It's gonna be,
I'm
that
saying,
map
but
is
if
gonna
it-
get sued and
but
then
it's
it's
about-
gonna come back
No,
to
but
it.
if you can avoid that in the first place, you try to make that attempt. Now, you're right, am I gonna die by the sword by it? No, it's not that important. If the rest of the board wants to vote it,
You
they
know,
can.
it-
I don't accept
It wouldn't surprise me if further down the road, we have 7 districts at the rate that we're growing,
Right.
you know.
You are effectively,
And
if
I
you
think,
adopt this, you are effectively 12 months away from being able to deal with it again.
because that's the other thing too, if the population does grow and we do need to redraw the map, I don't think there's anything in the law that says it has to be every 10 years. When I was looking at it, it just has to be in an odd year.
The odd year, so Julie,
So maybe on another odd year, maybe we can confer and maybe cut it out just to make it, population a little bit more.
I agree with that.
Tight. So, I'm willing to lay down a fight, I just wanna, I think it's my job as a board member to do due diligence, but I just also felt a little bit bamboozled because I was saying B was the way that we're going, and then Mr. Ken does a map and doesn't even show me the results of the map, it's just like verbally, it's like, okay, if you said the numbers didn't fit, out of respect.
We raised concerns with this with the county though a long time ago, and we were talking about creating a committee or something, or working cooperatively. They very distinctly and obviously they demonstrated that they're making their map. And that's
And we can
it.
do that, they have a right to do
That's all.
that, so it's not, I'm not trying to call names, they have a right to create their own.
Mr. Koppenbacher, and then I think, are we ready to vote on this?
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like, am I right about that?
Yeah.
Sounds, is it? Okay, Mr. Koppenbacher.
I would recommend you approve it for the major reason, the public, when they vote, they're knowing which, everybody's in the same thing with the county, it's seamless. But I would also agenda for next January, like at our first meeting, for the board to, we're gonna have a year of data changing. And based upon the DRIs, it could be dramatic.
Well, and the lawsuits might be finalized by then.
Right, so you're 12 months away, and we're gonna see this shake out through in the year. There are people talking about suing. The county will have to defend. So I would recommend you approve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Koppenbacher. I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Bill passes 4-1.
Thank you, Rob.
But thank you for bringing that up, Juice, because I do agree with what you're saying.
I don't know what to do, I agree with you,
I absolutely do.
I just don't like stuff.
21.02. Mr. Koppenbacher,
Yes.
it's your show.
Members of the board, since we had the workshop on this issue, Mr. Marchena and I have worked on sending you, send them ahead of time, 2 draft policies. We are not asking for any action tonight. We're asking you to all look at the policies, contact me or Marcos regarding any questions you have. We'll look to be bringing it back in January after the benefit, the input. Second, I looked into the data. We don't have the data we need to have. We have prepared a letter that purchasing is going to be sending to every vendor of the district. Anybody that requires them to complete the data that we need, which would tell us you've been already certified, you're not, boom, 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 boom. And they have to answer it, right? They're gonna deal with me if they don't. Trust me, it's not pleasant, all right? They're gonna be told to do it. It's bad enough you gotta deal with me on a nice day, but, we're off to the races to get this done and have you teed up in January. And then probably January, February, by March, we would literally have it going seamlessly, et cetera. But it will begin, once you adopt the policies, we will then train the staff on how do you administer that in purchasing. Marcos will do that, and then I've asked him to monitor that, so we don't slip off anything. I was big on this when I was chair of the airport. It resulted in our exceeding goals well above the numbers that the policies called for by paying attention to it. So That's where Marcos.
No comments, I'm just happy to answer any questions. If you have any questions on the draft policies that we sent you, there were some items in there that I put in bold for the board to give us some guidance. Things such as you want small business to be able to be qualified as a small business if just the majority of the owners meet the standards, or you want 100% of the owners to meet the standards. Different governmental entities do it different ways. I'm trying to keep in mind Dr. Pace and her staff and the level of work that they will have to do. Sometimes the simpler the policy, the easier it is to be able to implement it and carry it forward. Those are kinds of things that we want you guys to think about and give us some feedback on.
Thank you. Mr. Melendez, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Marchena. The only thing I had was, for the veterans, I just want reciprocity. I don't want it to be like they just applied in the state of Florida. Let's say, for instance, because if they're a veteran everywhere. Like, say, for instance, they have a contract in Miami, for instance, and they got certified as a veteran through their process. If they just show us legit, I don't want to restrict it to just saying, hey, the state of Florida or the whatever, because I don't want them to apply it to us again if they've already been certified VBA through any government entity. You know what I'm trying to say? So no matter what government level, whatever level of government they applied to get veteran certified, that we should acknowledge that and not make them go through the hoops again.
Okay.
Now, if they haven't, then they can certify through us again.
We were not planning to have any certification here. Basically, they would be certified through the Department of Veterans. And if they're on the list of the Department of Management Services for the state of Florida, they're qualified here. That was one of the ways that I was trying to simplify things for the staff.
I'm just saying if we could put some kind of reciprocity.
Madam Chair, this will be on the last meeting in January, because at the beginning of January, Marcos or I are gonna meet with each of you individually, go through it so we can bring back what we think is the consensus of everybody to get adoption.
Thank you. Mr. Arguello?
Thank you.
When do you think that we'll have the information that we need regarding the disparity study?
Regarding the assessment that you asked us to do, I think that with the procurement department sending this request for information out, I think it's reasonable for us to have remember that's an estimate. Okay, if you really want to do it, you got to do a disparity study, but I think a 2-month period will be reasonable for a response.
Great, thank you.
On a positive note, Marcos likes coming to these meetings so much, he doesn't bill for coming to the meetings. I just wanted to.
Well, look, on a positive note, I do want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and I do want to compliment Mr. Allen on impeccable taste on Christmas ties. Thank you all very much.
Merry Christmas, Marcos.
And Mr. Koppenbacher, transfer fees?
Yes, members of the board, there is something that a utility company that's dealing with electric can charge. Per state law, it's called a transfer fee. So everybody who is getting electric service pays an additional fee. St. Cloud and Kissimmee in their ordinances specifically exempted school districts. Kissimmee has not, so we're spending, Sarah, I think it's roughly $500,000 a year in additional dollars. We'd ask, do you want us to approach the city, ask that they consider exempting us, the district, from the transfer fee on the grounds that you all could use that money in the operation of the district.
You're asking us if we want you to save us money?
Well, I would not approach another government making a request on your behalf unless the board said, Frank, go. And you do have a conflict potentially on that, I understand.
No, I do have a conflict.
Yeah, I understand, yeah. So if 4 of you have to give me direction.
Yes, go ahead, save us money.
I don't, or,
Yeah,
sure.
Okay, right. 2 other things, members of the board, the reason I pulled the chairman out is I've never in my career worked on a real estate deal as completely screwed up as the one that this board inherited, the superintendent inherited, and the entire staff inherited, involving the acquisition of the land at Celebration Isle. And because it involved Manami, Walt Disney World, so I am pleased to say that the documents were executed tonight, closing the deal, and we own it, and Mark Clinch can go to sleep now, knowing what he's been doing, he's gonna be able to do. But I thank you all, and I particularly thank Dr. Pace and her staff, because they stood shoulder to shoulder with us on, there were a lot of things, some things we had to agree to, but we stood the ground to protect this district, and I'm really proud. And Dr. Pace, I thank you for that mediation, because we would never have gotten there had you not attended it. And normally you never have your chief executive attend the mediation, but this one we had to have her, and so just wanted to let you know, right?
Thank you.
Second thing is, all of you get contacted by people, but there are times you get contacted by students. I'm going to advise you, students, when they contact you, if they're talking about a troubling issue, can be very fragile and can potentially be suicidal. We've seen all these things in my career, can potentially. If a student reaches out to you and expresses a problem, my serious recommendation is that you call the superintendent and say, I heard about this problem, because none of us know what's going on at that school with that student. And it may be something where the student's reaching out for help, because we're not trained mental health professionals. So I would urge you and recommend to you legally that you call Dr. Pace when a student reports a problem to you. And that way, we're looking out for the best interests of the student.
I thought we were legally bound by that, like we have to.
Well, there's a whole reporting thing if it falls in certain abuse categories of the student. But Dr. Pace knows that code, so if you call Dr. Pace, she's gonna make the report to the state, and that covers the board.
Perfect.
So it all works. But really, in the best interest of the students, you gotta just instinctively go, I gotta make sure the superintendent's aware of this, because this kid may be reaching out. And
Those are calls that I accept night, day, 24/7, because we have folks in line who will jump in to make sure that we have the supporting services that we need immediately. We don't wait until the next morning.
Thank you.
And then finally, I wish you all a wonderful holiday.
Thank you. All right, team, do we have any final comments?
I had one thing I did miss that I forgot to thank all of the kids in the school district. Last Saturday, we wrapped up the Christmas parade, and it's one of my achievements, I guess you want to call it. But it couldn't do it without the help of all of the students at this school district. I had a big shout out to Franny McNutt. She was my volunteer coordinator. We had over 100 students from St. Cloud, Toho, and Harmony working as our volunteers. We had 5 marching bands. We had 3 ROTC marching units, and several sports and clubs. And we probably had 500 to 800 students from our school district. And it was very, very, very well attended. And I just want to thank everyone who participated. It's a lot of work, but I'm sure it was a lot of fun. And it is our Christmas parade. It'll always be a Christmas parade. It won't be a holiday parade. It'll be a Christmas parade.
Okay.
And then the second thing, Sarah, I got a question. You know, with interest rates looming, going up, I was thinking about our refinancing, because you refinance quite often, I guess, don't we, or at times?
So, only if we have an issue that's ineligible. So the last one we did was about 1.5 years ago. I don't believe we have another one on the horizon.
Oh, we don't? Okay, I was just thinking, you know, if interest rates go up and we have to.
Yeah, she taught me
But
that.
the one we
And I was
did
like, why
tonight
don't we
was great
refinance all of
timing.
them?
You used to do it, now you can't.
They have to be so long before you're allowed to interest rate. It's not like your house, like, oh, interest rates are good and we refinance. You can only refinance bonds at a certain period of
At a
time.
certain period of time, okay.
Thank you, Sarah, you taught me well.
All right, I call this meeting adjourned.
reach.
They're parking in y'all's spot.